Hello. I'm alive. Let me get my... Oh, I thought there was going to be a drop there. It felt like there would be a drop there. Could you feel that? We are back. Yeah, guys, I have an explanation, don't worry. Okay, that's enough. I'm so sorry if you missed me, if you're worried. Hi, chat! Do you like the rave? I'm so sorry. Okay. There's a few things. This is what happened. This is where I went. Oh yeah, thank you, Jess. And thank you, Harris. And thank you, also, oh my gosh. Thank you, Formica. And, wait, I think there was someone else. Hang on. I need to do all my thank yous. It's important. You all must be thanked. Thank you, Formica. Oh, thank you, Wallach, for the sub to Jazz. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Harris. Okay, so what the hell? What the hell? Okay, here's what happened. First, we should just understand what happened. Where I went is I went on maternity leave because I was being a big baby and I needed to take care of myself. Okay? Sometimes you're a big baby and you need to take maternity leave. Okay? It happens. So the whole story goes like this. I started writing this video. I was writing this video about Alex Karp and Palantir and his relationship to the Frankfurt School and what he learnt in his studies, because I read his PhD thesis, which sucked, by the way. But I read his PhD thesis and I was looking at what he had learnt from the Frankfurt School and what he had taken and how he'd kind of reverse engineered it. And I was like very excited about this video I was going to make about how basically Alex Karp was actively reverse engineering the ideas that came out of critical theory in the Frankfurt School to sort of create a mergers and acquisitions fascist takeover of the state, and how he was using authenticity jargon and that sort of thing. Anyway, very interesting sort of thing, right? Because it's not like he doesn't understand what he's doing. He totally understands. And I found that very fascinating. I was like, we shouldn't underestimate him. He is very intelligent. And we're looking at someone who studied, literally the people who asked the question, why didn't the Enlightenment deliver on its promise? Why didn't rationality free us in the ways that it was supposed to? Oh, because it can be tricked, because this is how fascism can happen. And then he's like, oh, let me use that to create fascism. So I was doing that, and it was hard. It's hard work. Reading a PhD thesis, going back and reading, and I am a philosopher by training, but I don't do things with the critical theory. I don't do stuff with the Frankfurt School. So a lot of the things that I was looking at in terms of Habermas and Adorno was the major person he looks at. I was having to learn a lot about it and check that I really understood it, because these were really complex ideas. That's where things started. I can't read German, so I read two translated versions to check that the translation, I wasn't missing anything major. But I figured it's a really short for a PhD thesis, clearly because he also really only learnt German to write the thesis. But I also think he's lying about studying under Habermas. Thank you, Chocolate Mints. Thank you for investing in Moral Coin. Very important. Then, as many of you know, I am in a little bit of a immigration limbo. And it's very stressful. Okay, I have been kind of living between two countries for 5 years, and it kind of makes you feel very out of control of your own life because you can't really get ahead of anything because you're waiting on decisions from other people about what kind of work you can do and where you can live and how long you can stay in places. And that paired with like upheavals in my personal life, I have felt very out of control of my life. And I have been waiting here thinking that it would be a month or two and basically the American government has put in more controls. And they're doing extra checks on my visa class. So there's even more delays. So I thought I would be back in America by March. It's just getting like out of control along the way. And like living in limbo is having an effect on me. And on top of that, it's one of those things where like with the current administration, I get nervous about doing this work and how it might impact things, right? So I'm kind of in a loophole where I can't do anything to speed up getting to America, but I can't just sit here and do no work. But I don't feel comfortable doing a lot of my work. And like, I have to be careful about what I talk about here. I don't feel comfortable promoting myself because I don't want to get so big that it, because obviously that would happen if I promoted myself. I'd just blow up, But like, it kind of puts me in a position where I feel incredibly stuck, like all of the time. And then... yeah, I was being a big baby about it because I was like, I'm just like, this is 5 years of my life. I feel like in my position, COVID never ended. I feel like that is how I feel. Like my life is kind of stuck. And so it's just, yeah. And yeah, I know, Jess, exactly. And so I just kind of like the work that I want to be doing and the ways that I kind of want to be pushing things, I don't feel really comfortable doing, but at the same time, then I'm just kind of like waiting around, like waiting on someone else to say I'm allowed to start my life. It's a lot. Come to London, we have a great theatre scene. The thing is, you would think I would be fast-tracked as an Aussie. The thing about London is one, extremely competitive. Some of the best actors in the world, some of the best playwrights in the world. In terms of being an actor, it's really, really hard because the accent, they're very picky about the accent. In America, you can kind of do like an okay accent and people will let you get away with it. You can slip up a little bit. They don't really care. But if you do a British accent, like it's actually so, thank you, Sonu. If you do a British accent, they're actually very particular about where it sounds like you come from. Like you have to work really, really hard because even within like London, see, I can't do one at all, but like even within London, there are very clear indicators of like what part of London you come from. And they are very strict about who they hire. So as an Australian, if I come and I want to work as an American, I can do drills and I can pick my American up really fast. And even if there are a few mistakes here and there, it's not like a big deal. It won't stop me from working. But with a British accent, it sucks. It's really hard. So that's where I went. I went to have a suki lala. I've learned that this is just an Australian term. A suki lala is when you sulk. Okay. It's when you go and have a little sulk. And then I was like, when I wasn't doing my Alex Karp video. Also, I did go to the gym while I was away. So don't worry. I didn't lose any gains. Okay, I know you were worried. Gains are still intact. So yeah, the other thing I was doing is like, I was like, I want to make short form content. But I'm having trouble working out. First of all, I want a female audience. Sorry guys. Sorry boys. Sorry. I want the ladies. What can I tell you? Ladies and germs. Ladies and others. Ladies and disgraces. Okay? I want the ladies. Now I have this thing that I love. I tell people that I'm like, I want to make political content for women. People are like, so you want to make you want to dumb it down? Excuse me? No, I just want a space. I want a space where a woman can be like, what's the capital of of Sudan without someone replying, "You don't know the capital of Sudan? What a fucking idiot, bro. Like, how would you even... why would you even think you could talk about this if you don't even know something as simple as capital of Sudan? Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Yeah, it is Khartoum. We know that. But a girl speaking to another girl would be like, oh my God, babe, so it's Khartoum, which is like, why would you know? Like, it's the funny KH thing. It's like Khartoum, right? But like, why the fuck would you know that? But what's interesting is that the current conflict is taking place in Khartoum, which is very rare for a conflict because mostly they happen in peripheries. They very rarely like are centered in the capital. So it's very interesting and that's why you should know about it. But a boy is going to be like, I can't, guys, listen to what this bitch just said. Say it again, dummy. Say it again. So stupid. Can you guys get a load of this chick? Yeah, it's actually part of the ancient empire of Kush. Very cool. So I am trying to attract that audience, but I don't quite know how to get them. So I'm just like, so then I was stressing about that. I was like, how do I make the ladies care about Mali? How do I make them care? But we'll get there. What just happened? I heard a sound I've never heard. Super chat. Oh my God, Josiah, happy birthday. Happy birthday to Pondering Politics. Joe, do you agree that we must pack the Supreme Court? Look, Josiah, I'm not a huge fan of judicial review. I'm not a huge fan of the Supreme Court at all. If people want to play around with the Supreme Court, pack it, unpack it, add people, do what they want, that's fine. But I think as people and as politically active people, we should be moving our energy away from trying to, I think this thing happened during, I'll call it the Clinton era of Democrats, where we were like, you know what we should do? We should send the smartest people in and we'll legally do it. We'll legally get the laws we want by passing laws, by putting them through the Supreme Court. We need to get our mind back on legislating. We need to get our minds back on using our representatives and using Congress and focusing on getting the laws we want and the changes we want done legislatively instead of constantly trying to do things through the court. So yeah, I guess if you're gamifying like that, sure, we should pack the court. But it also, this is a thing that I personally dislike about American Democrats, is that everyone acts like they are a member of the DNC, like literally like trying to work out what the strategy should be, when I just think you should be focusing on local politics, your representative, and we should be creating strong organizing bases to push for legislative change. And I think we should be moving as much away as we can, because the thing is, packing the court and doing this sort of thing, it's a long-term strategy. The Republicans fucked us because they focused on it for a really, really long time. And I believe in the people. I want legislative change, you know? Like for me, yeah, exactly. The abortion thing, trying to push that through the courts instead of actually focusing on doing the groundwork to push it through Congress, huge mistake. And we see that. But sure, let's pack the court. I just think, I don't know. I'm not as big a fan of the law. It feels like the smartest people in the room, the people who think they're the smartest people in the room, want to duke it out in a special room with their special rational arguments and put it to a bunch of people who have absolutely no reason to be there except they were politically appointed. I'm not into it. But, you know, shoot me. Shoot me for believing in the people. Exactly, pussies. I don't like it how everyone, like, it's this thing as well where, like, the second the election is over, every Democratic voter who's, like, politically locked in is like, how are we going to win the next presidential election? How are we going to win the next election? And, like, thank you, Fox, too. I do agree that's important, But I think that if you turn politics into sport that way, where your constant focus is winning, and I know. And this is where, like, if I were ever to sit down with Hutch, this would be our number one disagreement, right? Because his argument would always be like, hey, like, if we don't win, then we can't do anything. So we have to focus on winning. But if you only focus on winning, you lose the values and the standards that make your party a party. Because if you'll do anything to win, then, to quote Lin-Manuel Miranda, if you stand for nothing, what will you fall for? You know? I don't know. Maybe it's all good, guys. I can't vote. I can't vote for you guys. I agree with you about legislation, but remember, the Supreme Court can strike down any US law as part of judicial review. I mean, I don't want to out myself as a dirty leftist, but I think the Supreme Court should go. No, I mean, I agree. It can be struck down, but there need to be arguments for it. And it needs to be like, are we seriously here though, where it's just like a spatial argument? Like, how much space can we cover? Can we make sure that we got to get more Democrat judges than there are Republican judges? People are going to start doing things, you know? Because no one is, I don't know. I don't have answers anymore. I saw a photo yesterday of Pete Hegseth with a pigeon in his hand. I don't know what we're doing anymore. I don't know. Should we pack the court? What is the court doing? They're just making up laws. They're just making up shit. The president can't do anything illegal anymore. So I guess we should, because it seems they just do whatever they want. So yeah. But I don't know, and this applies to international law as well. I don't know how we get back to normal from here. Like, are we doing this thing where we accept that this is the new normal, so yeah, we have to pack the court because we have no choice? Or do we try to focus on the way that politics ought to be in the hope, or do we say, well, the Republicans aren't going to focus on how it ought to be, so we should just beat them? I don't know. I'm sorry. You give me this money for an opinion, and my opinion is, don't ask me. Don't ask me. You can ask me about Mali. You can ask me about terrorism in the Sahel. But I think you start locally, small elections, you start pushing through. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you wasted your money on me. Packing undermines it. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but this is the problem, Chocolate. I agree. To me, I'm like, we need to start practicing politics the way it ought be practiced, right? Peter Thiel, thank you so much for stopping by. Oh my God, I've been actually reading a lot about you recently and your buddy, Alex Karp. Don't worry, your secrets are safe with me. But I've noticed some sneaky stuff you're up to. I might make a little reel about it. But thank you so much. As always, thank you for paying me off for the day. I will not complain about you in today's stream. Yeah, I think it's going back to how things ought to be. Because, like, look at even this this political going after what's his face. I went to say Jerome Powell because everyone is being gone after right now. Like, anyone who disagrees with the government the administration is being hunted down. But who's the guy who did the seashell thing? James Comey. That is where we're at right now, right? And if we work with the standard that, like, oh, well, the Republicans are willing to do this, so we should do it too. I think that works on some levels, and on other levels, it's like it's not like, I don't know. I don't think it is prissy to be like, it's not about saying, oh, we have too high a standard to behave that way. It's not about that. It's about you will never restore faith in the institutions if you don't treat the institutions and use the institutions the way they're meant to be used. If we just go as far, like if we're all just like, oh, fuck it, let's trash it, then yeah, okay, cool. That's accelerationism. I don't like that. I'm not into that. So I don't know. Thank God I don't work for the DNC. I'm also, okay, now that I've been totally to the left and said that I want to abolish the Supreme Court, now let me throw you back the other way to totally confuse you. I don't think Ken Martin did anything wrong by not releasing the autopsy of the DNC. Are you confused yet? Having worked in politics in Australia, I do not think it would have been appropriate for him to release the autopsy. For what point? So that people can be like, oh, exactly what we thought. We were right. You should have done this. You were too confident that you had it in the bag. You didn't bring up Palestine. Like, what is the point? If he's released the lessons, that's great. That's what we need. I don't believe that we should be airing our dirty laundry for our opponents to see and use it. Like, we don't need to self-flagellate publicly. I don't think it is helpful. So abolish the court, but hide the autopsy. You're welcome. Be as confused by my leanings as I am. Yeah, Democrats don't like to wield power, but that's Bobby, to me, the reason that Democrats fail to wield power when they have it is because of that focus on winning again, right? Instead of focusing on like, okay, we know we have 4 years. Instead of being like, wouldn't it be great if we could have 8? Imagine what we could have 8 or 12, then we could really do. You have 4 years. Use your 4 years as much as you possibly can. Actually legislate and actually do it in a way that is forward thinking so that it's not just about like, I'll play it safe because we don't want to lose any votes at the next election. That's why Democrats don't wield power, because they're literally still behaving like they're not acknowledging any results of the report. Yeah, I mean, that's a criticism then, right? That is a valid criticism. If you're like, okay, you released the lessons, but you don't seem to be adhering to them. That's a criticism that I can get on board with. And that's a criticism, sure, 100%. That's different from you didn't release a report. Guys, I'm so out of practice streaming and everyone is talking. Everyone is talking. Just give me a second. Okay. It's nice for people to be transparent, right? And it's nice for people to be accountable. But is it helpful in a climate where everyone is attacking you? I think, sure, internally within the party, yeah, maybe there's an argument there. But what is the can I be honest? And I'm as pro-Palestinian as you get. It really does feel like it's people want the party to acknowledge that they should have been better on the Palestine issue. And they want them to openly acknowledge it so they can hold them to it moving forward. That's what they feel is missing. But I just wish they would just say that. I wish someone would just say to Ken Martin, hey, okay, can I just ask you the question? Did Palestine come up in the report? Was there a failing on Palestine? Is that something the party is willing to acknowledge? Are you willing to change your stance on that moving forward? Just be honest. That's what you're looking for. Just say that then. That's what you're looking for. The consultant class fucking suck. What are you going to do about it? I don't know. I mean, in Australia, we released an autopsy after the 2019 election. I've never been more depressed in my life. I canvassed so hard for that election. I was out mailboxing in the rain. I was so sure we were going to win. I threw an election party. Okay. All of my friends come over. It is universally known as one of the most depressing nights in our collective friendship. As we saw that we were losing and we were all like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. We have lost. Like, this is bad. We lost. And everyone was so sure we had it, right? As we're sitting there watching us lose, my friend is like, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Like, I can't watch anymore. And we flipped over because we were like, oh, great. You're like Eurovision hosted by Israel that year. And we were like, well, we're meant to be boycotting this. It's literally the worst fucking night ever. Like, this is the worst night. And they released an autopsy after that election because everyone was like, what the fuck, we had it in the bag. All that happened was everyone disagreed with the report. People were either like, you didn't go hard enough on the leader, this was wrong, you didn't identify this as a big enough cause. So it's all well and good to be like, oh, it's about being transparent and stuff. But it's like, people are just going to, even if they were transparent, people would be upset with the autopsy. They wouldn't be happy with it. Berich, thank you. Yeah, I think if you are a member, like if you are a state leader, you can have the report. The problem is that's a lot easier to say in a country like Australia. We're a small country. We only have a few states. The party is small. And in Australia, if you walk the floor, so if you vote against the Labor Party, you will be kicked out of the party. So things are very different here in terms of like how tight party allegiance is here. I get very scared when I look at Democrats because they have a very large ideological spread and a lot of them seem to be in it for themselves. So I would be nervous about distributing a report with our weaknesses in it. So because I feel it's low trust. I feel low trust about the whole situation. Oh, Wallach, it was Wallach. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me just yeah, people were really upset with Shorten. I've met Shorten. He's kind of charming. I'm so easily charmed though. Like, when Destiny was doing those interviews with the DNC chairs, who was that guy? O'Malley? He was the one who also ran for president that time. I was so charmed. I was like, I had the person I wanted to support. And then when he did his interview, I was like, Martin O'Malley is zaddy. Like, I want him. So I'm easily charmed. So don't take my opinion on Bill Shorten. I'm easily charmed. You can't trust me, okay? It takes one charming man. I'm done. Well, Ben was who I thought I would want until I saw Martin, and then I was like, hi. Yeah, that's my main thing, Kevin. Okay, now let me go up a little bit. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I haven't been reading you guys. I'm trying. Yeah, that's why I don't really like to comment, Bobby, because I know it's like, when you say like abolish the Supreme Court, it's kind of like, okay, that's not going to happen, right? I said, that's like saying, get rid of all guns. Like, I say it because I'm like, it's kind of like when something bad is happening in a country and you're like, you do a Trump and you're like, let's just blow it up. It's like, I don't know. It's such a fucking mess. My only instinct, my only rational thought right now is completely destroy it. But I guess I'm not being, I don't know. Kill me. It offends me that Alex Karp looks like an ugly nerd in a movie. Well, this is kind of the reel that I want to make. Also, I think I fucked my camera up when I moved my setup. So every time I catch a glimpse of myself, it's quite a lot. But we're dealing with it, you know? I have met Francesca Albanese. She's fucking cool as shit. Alex Karp, like, this is the reel I'm going to make. And you're all following my Instagram, and my TikTok is currently banned because apparently I'm impersonating myself, but I'm going to make a new TikTok. Oh, am I close? Okay, sorry. My mic was fucked, and thank you for telling me. I think I fixed it now, inshallah. The reel I want to make is about how Palantir and a lot of the tech guys are actively trying to market themselves as evil because you're not the client, you're not the customer. The state is the customer, and what they read evil isn't when you're working with ICE, when you're working with the CIA, when you're working with the Pentagon, evil isn't disqualifying. It's a credential. It's like saying, I'm willing to go further than you're even willing to ask me. I am willing to go so far. And ultimately, there is no bigger evil than China. So yeah, we're evil, but we're the evil that's on your side. And so evil is seen as a credential. And it's just like in these movies, Zula, I'll fucking ban you. I don't give a shit. You can go. I'm allowed to tell you about the CIA because you know what the CIA did? You fucking took out the best prime minister we ever had, and I'm not over it. So I will talk about the CIA because the CIA directly impacts my country. Oh, Ozzy telling me about the CIA. You think you're credentialed just because you were born somewhere? Because I don't think so. Who cares? Yeah, okay, bye. I don't give a fuck. I tried to ban. Better than Curtin? Yes. We're talking about the one, the only, Gough Whitlam. He told me, maintain the rage. You know what I've done? Maintain the rage. Yeah, exactly. Hire me. I'm a total psychopath. That is literally their marketing. Like, you're not the client. And if you look at all the fantasy movies like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, everything they refer to, they see the evil people in those pieces of fiction as ultimately much stronger and much better. The people who are heroes, the Frodos, the Luke Skywalkers, they got lucky. It was never technical efficiency that allowed them to beat the bad guys. It was always a stroke of luck. So they think that they've been able to engineer out that luck element and that actually the person you want to be is the bad guy. Wait, CIA took out a prime minister in Australia too? Yep, took out Gough Whitlam and, speculative here, just speculation, maybe took out Kevin Rudd. Any prime minister in Australia that has said, maybe friends with China, gone. Did you see Aaron D'Souza? AI journalist persecution tool thingy? It judges the integrity of journalistic content and then oh no! I don't like it. Oh no, I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to look that up. I just finally, guys, I went into a little bit of a rabbit hole. I'm just out of it. I was interested in the assassination. Then I saw some schizo saying on Twitter that it was time travel. And that's just silly enough to get my attention. Right? Because I'm not a normal conspiracy. If you've got a conspiracy about 9/11, that doesn't interest me, right? We're in the not interesting. My favorite conspiracy theory, John Benet Ramsey never existed. Once we get to a certain level of ridiculous, I'm locked in. Okay, I'm listening. You have my attention. So I'm like locked in. I'm like, time travel. Tell me more. Then I'm interested in this jet propulsion lab. Then I'm seeing all these scientists are going missing. And it's one of those things that's really like compelling about a conspiracy theory. Someone gets an idea and then they're just like, they gather all these data points. So suddenly anyone associated with Los Alamos, the JPL, or NASA that died in the last like 6 years has suddenly been killed as a part of a plot. At first I was like, oh my God, where are the missing scientists? What's happening? I'm like, they've developed a weapon. And the weapon is time travel. And there are aliens. And I was into it for a hot sec. And then I researched my way out of it. It's kind of like, if you're smart, conspiracy theories aren't fun because you can just research your way out of them. You can research your way in, but you also will inevitably research your way out. Didn't Epstein have an altar for JBR? I've heard the Epstein theory. My theory is much funner, which was her dad created the first generative AI, which created the first fake human faces and sold that. Access Graphics was the name of the company. He sold that to Lockheed Martin, which is why they moved to Colorado. And then they tested that on the public to see if they could make the public believe in a person who never existed and capture their attention, because attention is ultimately the most valuable resource. And so JonBenet Ramsey was the first experiment to see if the defense industry could make the world believe in a person that didn't exist and capture human attention. I'm so into it. I'm so deep. This is the PowerPoint I take to PowerPoint parties. Oh, yeah. It's great. And I've got images. Her name. Have you ever heard the name JonBenet anywhere else? Ever? No, it had to be unique. The page, her body was taken into the coroner's, missing. Her body, everyone in the lawyers, in the prosecution team, in the what do you call it, the district attorney, bunch of them quit, a bunch of the police officers quit. Every pageant she competed in only existed the year she competed in it. Fascinating. And people will say to me, this is horrific, Jo. How can you do this? A little girl was murdered. I'm sorry. I choose to believe the little girl wasn't sexually assaulted and garroted to death. I choose to believe she just never existed. I'm not the weird one. You are. You're the evil one, not me. Anyway, I put it in a play. It's in a play. My hairdresser in New York knows me as the JonBenet girl. Because we talk about it every time. Okay, guys, we've been talking nonsense when there are situations to monitor. We've got a couple of situations going on. We have the situation in Iran. You're 7.8 miles from her headstone, Dazuko, which was necessary for the government's plot and test. Thrill, you've only ever been to one PowerPoint party? So my mum thinks it's really funny because I like to force people who go on dates with me to do whatever I want. Because at this stage in my life, if I'm going on a date, I'm going to enjoy it. And that means you're doing whatever I want to do. So sometimes I'll give a PowerPoint presentation on a date. I don't give a fuck. If I want to do it, I'll do it. One night, I made a guy sit on his couch and listen as I explained the beef between Olivia Rodrigo and Sabrina Carpenter and Camila Cabello while I sung the songs in between. Which was really fun. And then recently, I made a guy watch 2 Werner Herzog documentaries back to back. Make life fun for you. Provide your own joy. If you're an idiot and you choose to say yes to the date, I made him watch Grizzly Man and then I made him watch the one with the penguin. Only for me. Only for me. Thanks, Harris. I don't do that to girls. When I date a girl, she gets treated well. Yeah. It's very different. Okay. Grizzly Man is so good. It is a bit of an intense introduction to someone though, especially when you sit there the whole time being like, I am so Timothy Treadwell. I get this man. I understand this man. Then that's perfect. You're combining two of my favorite activities into one. That's ideal. When Timothy Treadwell is like, and fuck the State Department. Fuck that. I'm like, yeah, bro. Me too. Yeah, I want you to get me on the first date, because what's the point in going on a second? If you're not into Timothy Treadwell, if you're not into Werner Herzog, if you don't want to know the background of if you're not willing to listen to me sing for at least 2 hours, we have no future. I know that immediately. Let's not waste time. So it's efficiency. Have I seen Anora? I have. Mikey Madison. The director, Sam Levinson? Surely not. Was it Sam Levinson? Was it? Sean Baker. Yeah, he loves prostitutes. By prostitutes, of course, I mean sex workers. We're live. Mistakes are made. Exactly, Matthew. I saw Pearl the other night and I'm still thinking about her. Because she is all of us. You say that, Chas. But maybe... Okay, wait, speaking of dating, just quickly. My friend, because you just said 100 meters below sea. I saw my friend recently. I went up and watched her do stand-up comedy. And she was like, yeah, I had to break up with my boyfriend. They had been dating for like 8 months. I was like, what happened? Why? And she's like, oh, I was telling him like, oh, you know when you play mermaids as a kid? And he was like, no. And she's like, oh, you're a boy. So like maybe like war or spies. And he's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, didn't you play as a kid? And he's like, oh, I played video games. And she's like, no, like outside. And he was like, well, no, I played sport. Like I played sports. And she's like, no, like with your imagination. And he was like, I don't know what you mean. And she's like, and I just couldn't be with someone who didn't have an imagination. We're all crazy here. All my friend group. Because she was like, didn't you play like war? But he was Iranian. And he was like, what, you think just because I'm Iranian? And she's like, no, just because like you're a little boy. He didn't have a mind palace. Guys, the color grade, I don't know what I did here. Distressing. I'm aware of it. Just keep that in mind. Okay, speaking of playing war, we should monitor some situations. Sad. Real lives being affected. We know this. Obviously, yes. Would you like me to flex again, just so you remember? You're welcome. Okay, so we have a couple of situations to go through. Iran and the Strait. The UAE, I think we should talk about in relation to that too, in terms of the next long form video I'm working on is on Alex Karp and Palantir. I want to make a proper Palantir video. I think everyone has acknowledged like Palantir is evil, but I think Palantir, Oracle, and Lumen as like it's less about Palantir and it's more about how these companies are. Have you ever heard of this? Is just a bit philosophical for a second. Weber's iron cage. The idea that something kind of makes itself indispensable and kind of shapes the world and creates a cage, but it like Palantir is creating a circumstance where it is indispensable. The system won't work without it. It's embedding itself into the bureaucracy. So it will eventually get to the point where it's hard to get rid of Palantir because all of the systems run on it. Same is true of Oracle. Oracle kind of runs everything. So it doesn't really matter what they do. You can't punish them to an extent because they're required. It's hard to work around without them. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying before, pussies. It's like evil is the marketing. they want you to see them as evil. So whenever people criticize Palantir for being evil, it's like, you are doing exactly what they want. That's what they want, because this is not B2C, this is B2B. You're not the customer, the government is the customer, and evil for the government is a credential, not a disqualifying characteristic. Unfortunately. Okay, but where I work, Oracle is not embedded. We switched systems recently and move away from Oracle. It's not immediate long term. Yeah, in specific places, Kevin, but it's like when you're looking at all of the television companies, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, like all of these things are running on Oracle. And the more that and parts of the bureaucracy are running on it. So yeah, there may be places where you can get rid of it. Well, yeah, when you become too big to dislodge, but that doesn't really mean to. Yeah, I agree. You can be like OpenAI was the biggest. Oh, guys, I have an AI story I have to tell you before we go on. But OpenAI, huge, right? Huge company. Up until 2 years ago, no one heard of Anthropic. Anthropic is now bigger than OpenAI. Yeah, you can get bigger. That doesn't necessarily mean better or more ethical to be able to get the contract, especially once you have companies like Palantir who get the contract by saying, we're willing to do what no one else is willing to do. You're creating a situation where any company that sort of has like moral guidelines, that's going to be seen as a disadvantage. Oh, yeah, that's my fingers that are cracking. Okay, wait. Oh, first of all, the OpenAI story, fucking hilarious. Their new model, which is GPT 5.5, they've had to put in code to tell it to stop bringing up goblins. Hang on, I think I have the exact wording here. Someone found it in the codex. OpenAI has just published a blog post saying they've had to instruct their newest model to stop talking about goblins. GBT 5.5 keeps calling things little goblins, and goblin mentions are up 175%. There is now a line in the codex that instructs the model to never talk about gremlins, goblins, raccoons, trolls, ogres, pigeons, or other creatures unless it's absolutely and unambiguously relevant to the user's query. And this is, oh my gosh! Thank you. Hang on. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Holy sh... Too many. Now you know what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to shut off the YouTube because I still haven't worked out how to make this work. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, especially in my return from maternity leave. I'm sorry, YouTube. Bye, Jess. Sleep tight. Okay, so the reason that goblins are being brought up is because, yeah, they were referring to random things as little goblins. So apparently, they're trying to make the models more friendly to a wider range of people, like the LGBTQ community and like different members. Like, so they're coming up with different personalities. And one of the personalities is the nerd personality, which has a lot of references to like fiction and stuff and fantasy. But unfortunately, that model has sort of taken over and now everything is bringing up goblins. And these are the AI stories I love. Okay, guys. Oh, also, I had a really evil plan. speaking of evil things, I want to talk about Mali today because I'm almost certain no one in this chat will have been here, but I did stream about the Sahel in both 2021 and 2022. I am a Sahel watcher. I keep an eye on Africa, and my favorite world leader is the leader of Burkina Faso. We have a truther. Astrak was there, okay? I watched the Sahel. I was there when Burkina Faso went down. I was there when Mali went down. I was there, okay? And now things are happening again. I feel I'm in a unique, not a perfect position. Do I know everything about Mali? No, I don't. I'm one girl. But we can learn together things about Mali. But I do know some things about Mali. I do know about Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. I do know about their little alliance of the Sahel states. I do have a sense of terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Okay, so both ISIS and Jamaat al-Nusrat al-Islamiyya al-Muslimin, Al-Qaeda. But I thought here is the evilest possible way we could cover it. I thought we could watch Asmongold cover it and see how wrong he is. Astrak, what were you there as a part of? The UN peacekeep? What were you there? Because I typed in Mali to my YouTube to be like, oh, I need to find out what's happening. And then the first thing that came up was like Mali coup, Asmongold. And I was like, what? I've never watched any Asmongold content. So I actually don't know what he's like. I just know he's a dirty man. Because the thing is, you have to understand, we already have a base level for how we treat men in this domain, right? You guys are here because you're the good ones, right? You do your mea culpas, you're the good ones. And I see a man that dirty and disgusting, and I think, well, there's nothing there for me. Why would I ever watch that? I wouldn't enjoy that. But seeing a man like that cover something I know a little bit about, that could be interesting. No. Okay, you were there for Task Force Takuba, but what? Actually, don't dox yourself. Don't worry. Well, Harvey, this is the interesting thing as well. So, there are some people. I'm hesitant to cover Mali in any sort of short form content because, what am I trying to say? There are some complications from people. A lot of people in Mali think that JNIM, Al Qaeda, the Al Qaeda related. The thing about Al Qaeda and ISIS, especially in Africa, is it's kind of acting like a hub for franchising. A lot of people don't like. In a way, Al Qaeda is kind of like McDonald's. There's some like core branding, there's some core ideas, but in different regions, they're doing different things. They've got their own store manager. They operate slightly differently. The quality is slightly different. They've got their own vibe, right? But the same with ISIS. Like ISIS in the Philippines is different to ISIS in Sahel, which I think is called ISP. ISSP. We'll just call it ISIS in the Sahel. But yeah, it kind of is mixed jihad, like honestly. And it's very interesting to me that any terrorist organization America says they've defeated is extremely active in Africa. And the interesting thing is the Sahel, which is the region kind of under the Sahara. Then you get down to Chad. Look at my hands. You know what? I love it. Yeah. So you have the Sahel, and then there's like a whole lot of terrorism happening there, and then sorry, I got distracted. Sorry. There's the Chad Basin. So once you get over to Chad, this is a different region that has its own sort of terrorism thing. This is where you get more of your Boko Haram, right? But the problem is this shit is kind of like starting to do this. So we're going to have like, and also if, let's say, this is West Africa, this is Mali, Niger, Chad, Burkina Faso. This here is the Ivory Coast. I don't really want Al Qaeda having a port. And their vibe is to kind of create Islamic caliphate. I don't really want them taking over like Benin and Togo. But anyway, we'll get to that when we cover what's happening in Mali. Streaming is hard. It's hard to stay focused. Also, we haven't even done Iran yet. Okay, do we start with the Strait? Do we start or do we go straight to Mali and Asman Gold? Also, guys, just I'm not going to cover it today, but just so you know, a situation we're monitoring in our periphery. Okay? So this is Iran and this is Mali, and that's getting our full attention right here. But off here, we have Sudan and Ethiopia kinda popping off. Okay? Okay, everyone wants Mali. Okay. I just realized that I've changed my setup, and I don't know if I get this Asman thing up, if Asman Gold Mali. God, it's already, I know it's going to be bad. ISIS is less likely. Oh, I froze. Oh, I'm back. ISIS is, okay, different groups are stronger in different areas. This is just true generally of the entire franchise. When it comes to Al-Qaeda, they are more strategic, they are more institutional, they tend to have better ground game, they tend to have like a stronger strategic long-term plan. Al-Qaeda are thinkers. ISIS is kind of like a wild dog, okay? Now, I don't want to say that in a way that makes you think that Al-Qaeda or JNIM, like any of the atrocities they do, should be downplayed. They do huge atrocities. They do massacres. They are violent. They are extreme. They are wild, okay? Horrible. JNIM and Al-Qaeda affiliates, very, very bad. But like ISIS will do something less big, but it will be fucking insane. This is like when ISIS first started popping off, like the easiest, like Al-Qaeda, they're kind of selective, right? You do a terrorist attack and you say it was Al-Qaeda, unless it actually was Al-Qaeda, Al-Qaeda's not going to claim it, right? But if you do a terrorist attack and you say it was ISIS, ISIS will take it. They don't give a fuck. If you want to say you did that and it was ISIS, they'll be like, yeah, that was us. They don't give a fuck. And they'll do shit that's like fucked up in a way to like keep your memory going. Does that make sense? Anyway, so I don't, but the point was to say, Al-Qaeda are in a much better position to get like a port state. So Al-Qaeda or JNIM is more prominent in Mali and Burkina Faso. ISIS has slightly more going on in Niger. Let me see if I turn this back on, if it's going to go whoop, 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 whoop. Why am I trying to listen to my microphone? Oh, no, it's going to keep doing it. Okay, well, we can't have that. I've got to work out my shit, because Rough Criminals is very generous and we'll be listening to that Bunny as a Rider whistle for the rest of time. And I don't know how to mute, how to... Oh, I know what I can do. Guys, everyone chill. I know exactly what I can do. I'm a professional streamer, don't you know? I just do this. I fixed it. Inshallah. Hey. They call me a track star. Okay. The Taliban, okay, I know you were just bringing that up for a different reason. Taliban is a really important thing to bring up because when I'm trying to explain like because like if you say, oh, this group wants to create an Islamic caliphate, it's kind of hard when you look at Mali because it's like, oh, what are they trying to do there? If you say, oh, they're trying to take over Mali, it's like, yes, that is what they're trying to do, but not because they acknowledge Mali as a country in any sort of way, shape, or form. Mali would just be a stepping stone on the way to what they want, which is like a much larger, like they want an Islamic caliphate of West Africa. Or beyond. They want the world. They won't stop. And you know what? It's really annoying. Just quickly. So the Tuareg people, if you fuck with Palestine, you'll probably fuck with them, right? And these people are cool as shit. If you ever hear about, this is me just being super like casual and like, remember, I'm a streamer. I'm not a news anchor. I don't have to be professional. I can be casual. The blue people of the Sahel are cool as shit. They wear blue. They make music. It's fucking cool as shit. They actually have a legitimate grievance. I am on their side, okay? They want their own state. I think they should have it. I think their claim to self-determination is hundo P. Okay? The Tuareg, I'm on their side. But they had to go and fucking team up with Al-Qaeda. Which happens, you know? If someone's not getting anywhere and they're not getting anywhere with the government, eventually they're going to be like, oh, well, what do we have to do? I guess we'll just team up with the terrorists. They came up with an agreement where they were like, okay, well, we'll accept Sharia if it's like a little bit less, like a calmed down version of Sharia. If you let us have like independence, sucks. Because the blue, like, okay, hang on, let me get that ready for us. I want to show, they make sick music. Not what they're like obviously known for mostly. Okay, wait. Why? Oh, I'm in the wrong. Hang on. I'm gonna get done for this. I don't even care because I want you to hear it. It's cool. Let's just see. Are you gonna see me? Cool. You're gonna see nothing. Love that for us. Display capture. Which one? Is that my primary or is that? Nope. That's, here we go. We worked it out, guys. Listen to this.
نيري ساستانقم لكتفو تمي ديوان لتسنيت لدى الشكوى عنايا ورني سنجي تسانا تبارد سكوز تران دغش النوان نيري ساستانقم لكتفو تمي ديوان لتسنيت لدى الشكوى عنايا ورني سنجي تسانا تبارد سكوز تران دغش النوان
So they're called like the blue people of the Sahel because a lot of them, a lot of them wear like blue to the point that their skin is actually stained blue, right? Because it's like their national movement is very strong. The music is like a very big part of it. Oh, desert, I ask you, where are the long gone friends? I have a water bag with no hole in it. Long live the desert warriors. But yeah, it's so cool. Well, let's see if it comes up. Blue people of the Sahara will do. It's really the Sahara. Yeah, look at this.
Discover the mesmerizing legend of the Blue Men of the Desert, the Tuareg people of the Sahara. Legend says they are descended from Tin Hinan, a powerful queen who led her people across the desert to the Ahag.
That's another really important thing. They are a matriarchal society. Not that I already have always supported them. I've always supported Saharan independence movements. I think there are some very solid grievances here, but they also happen to be a matriarchal society.
Mountains. She is revered as the mother of the Tuareg, known for their indigo-dyed robes that turn their skin blue. The Tuareg are known for their resilience and unique culture, navigating the harsh Sahara with unmatched skill. Their traditions and way of life have been passed down through generations, preserving a rich cultural heritage. Explore the legend and history of these incredible people and see how they continue to thrive in one of the world's most challenging environments.
Anyway,
hit the like button if you love this.
Why did I watch a fucking AI video on that? My point was to tell you the blue people of the Sahara who make fucking amazing music, we fuck with them, but then the Tuareg had to go and fuck it up a little bit by teaming up with Al-Qaeda, which is like such a drag. And that's why it's kind of like annoying, because it's one of those conflicts where it's like, well, whose side am I on? It's a bit complicated. Apologies for asking, but how do you know so much? I have OCD. I genuinely mean that though. I didn't know for a really long time. Just quickly, I'll just tell you. I think I need a lot, like if I get upset about something, I can't get it off my mind. I can't stop thinking about it. So the only way that I have found to stop blowing up my life is I need to find something fascinating enough that is complex enough to take my mind off whatever thing I'm thinking about. It needs to be like transference, right? So for instance, the other day, I was spiraling about something in my personal life. I was going to ruin my life, right? Because I was obsessing and I needed to do something to stop it. So I had to transfer that attention. So I started researching nuclear semiotics, which is the academic study of how we would tell aliens not to touch nuclear material, knowing that they don't speak our language. And so how would we communicate to them that this stuff is dangerous? And that was enough. But I had to research that for hours, in order to. And when I studied the Middle East, right? North Africa. And then when you look at like the fall of Libya and the impact that had on the rest of Africa. I also went to Senegal when I was 9. So I'm interested, in the area. So that is, okay, Sonu. I don't know if you just guessed that, but that is literally one of the methods they have. Case, don't even get me started. I've been on a time travel kick. Now I'm on a thing about grabby aliens. Have you guys heard this about the grabby aliens? Aliens are grabby. That's why we're early. I don't fully get it. It's a lot of maths, but basically it's this guy who's come up with a theory as to why we haven't encountered other alien life. And he says that we can assume that there's a certain amount of hard steps that living organisms need to take to create civilization, and that any civilization will become grabby in that it will expand, it will want to take up more area, and it will do things in that environment that are visible to the human eye. So given that we haven't seen anything, we can assume that we're one of the earliest civilizations. And I watched some YouTube video, guys. It was really a distraction. I don't fully know, okay? I don't think we're going to meet any aliens. That's something to do with the Fermi paradox. Yes, Lord, that was in there. But you know what I find complicated is, and it's interesting Dune was brought up because Denis Villeneuve is one my favorite director, and I truly believe that Arrival is one of the best movies of all time. And this is my thing. It's even when you're okay, grabby aliens, they would naturally want to do this because in human nature we do this. And in nuclear semiotics, it's well, look at how nature warns about it's spiky or it's colorful, and that tells us danger. And I'm why would we think that life from anywhere else replicates life from here? Yeah, so Tom, the idea is grabby civilizations, only a certain number of them will exist because they'll colonize, and then other civilizations, I don't know, it's complicated. Just look up grabby aliens. That's what you look up. Okay. We're going to now watch Asmongold. Is everyone prepared? I don't know anything about this, man. I'm so scared. It's going to be fine.
But oh,
I already hate it. Okay, let's see. Because he's looking at fucking Twitter. Okay. I don't know how to make this sit in the screen the way I want it to. Okay. It's going to fight with me, so this is what we get. Okay, let me... You ready? The thing is, Lord, is that this is assuming that anything can travel faster than the speed of light, which I'm fairly sure isn't possible. So I already don't know. Encyclopedia Universalis. Okay, I'll look it up. Okay. Here we go. Half his reactions. Well, we'll watch it double speed. It's 30 minutes, so we'll watch it. We'll get 15 minutes. All good. You don't need to worry. Can I just say, ugly setup. You're meant to be the biggest streamer ever. You can't even get some pretty lights. Let's just start with that.
there is a new server wipe. There's been a server wipe in Africa. Apparently, what country is this? Let me go and find it.
A server wipe?
Mali. So this is, let's go back. I'll show you guys what's going on in this country. And where is it? I'll pull it up on the Google Maps. Where the fuck is it? Alrighty. Maps. There it is. Google Maps. And we'll zoom over. Mali. Okay. So I think it's West Africa, right? Something like that. And it is a, yeah, there it is. There it is. So we have right here, this is the country right now that's having a new server wipe.
Okay, just quickly. Okay, server wipe is clearly what he's using as a code for something. Maybe genocide, but that's not what's happening there. That's not what's happening. But this is really interesting for him to bring up. Can I zoom in? Okay, yeah, cool. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, what I want to show you though, can you see my mouse? Yes, you can. So this here, Bamako, this is the capital. See this? Where my thing is? And as you can see, Mali, quite big. And obviously here, this kind of right angle shape, and up here you can see colonial borders, right? So this is kind of a natural problem of a lot of these kinds of countries and a lot of conflicts that you see, which is that your center of authority and your peripheries are very far away from one another. Oh, I have this text up that we don't need. So the problem we have a lot of the time is, so first of all, the Tuareg are up here, right? This is where they kind of want their own country, up here, right? And they're not just in Mali, they're across the Sahara, right? They're up even just the West Sahara, right? But they want their own little country around here. But across all of these areas, so all down this part of Mali, down this side here, all up along here in Niger, and all down the right side of Burkina Faso. These peripheries, still see how far it is from Bamako. The problem is there aren't enough kind of bases for coordination and military for them to be able to enforce the problems that happen out here in the periphery. So all of the Islamic State, all of the Al-Qaeda are operating out here on these border towns, right? And the thing about border towns is that not only do they not have the military ability to be out here and have a center of control so that the military is taking care of these areas, but also a lot of these people are not taken care of by the administrative state, right? So you have little communities out along here who aren't getting what they need from the state, who don't have economic opportunity, who don't have access to like services, social services, maybe don't even have things like proper sewerage, proper water, just basic things that the state would normally provide. They don't have those things. And so when they need opportunities, when they need those supports, suddenly they start turning to terrorist organizations, particularly religious terrorist organizations, because they offer these supports. They're like, oh, you know what we do? Piracy, smuggling, shitty things. But if you do them with us, we'll give you a whole lot of money. This is a really interesting thing, Tom. So obviously this is French colonial Africa historically, right? The French were in charge in 1960. They granted them independence, but they didn't really. The French didn't go anywhere. The French were really involved until 2020 when there was a coup. And then there was another coup again in 2021. And then from there, they kicked out the French. So it's a military junta, right? The problem about the military junta in a lot of these areas, because this happened all across the Sahel, in Benin and Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. This happened across all of these countries. They did a similar thing. But hang on, just look at my face for a second because he's ugly. And I'm telling you lots of information. These military juntas, normally a military junta has a strong military. But in the cases of these countries, yeah, they're military juntas, but the military junta kind of aspect of it is more anti-colonial, anti-West than it is actually strong military. The military isn't all that strong. It's just more like, we don't want the French. So what happened in Mali in particular is they realized they didn't have the military chutzpah, the strength they required to run a military government. So they went to the Russians. And the Russians sent in the Wagner Group to support them, which then rebranded as Africa Corps or something like that. I need to look it up. I don't remember. I think it's like Africa Corps. It's the Wagner Group, nonetheless. Which then creates this situation where every side fucking sucks. Because the military junta, I actually don't have... look, I don't have a huge problem with them. I don't have a problem with the alliance of Sahel states, right? If you want to, I don't think you should fully nationalize your resources, but if you want to nationalize, this is Mali. So much gold from Mali. Any wealth in Mali? No. Yes, nationalize some of your resources, but don't nationalize them all because then you create problems. It creates more problems than people think, right? But like, I'm all for the Sahel states not like rebuking French colonialism, rebuking, like what they feel to be Western colonialism, taking the national resource. I'm all for that, right? I don't have a problem with, I think it's Goita is the military leader. I love the leader of Burkina Faso. I don't know if you're allowed to say that. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. He probably does bad things. I think he's swaggy. If Asmund Gold can cover this, I can say the leader of Burkina Faso has swag. I'm allowed to. And I'm saying it. I like him. But yeah. There's no problem with, I think a lot of the time, like a country will decolonize, and then their first instinct is to nationalize all resources before they have the institutional strength to kind of manage that. So it's not so much that I'm against like fully nationalizing your resources. I'm against it being the number one priority when you're kind of gaining your independence, because this is the problem in this country is you're expecting the government of this country to rebuke a terrorist insurgency when the country has never had, this is a brand new government. It's never governed, right? And so it's a hugely disproportionate expectation to put on the government. Of course they went to the Wagner Group. Was that a terrible mistake? Absolutely. Would it have been better to keep the UN peacekeepers? I think unanimously, like I think that's a pretty unambiguous thing. Yes, it would have been. Do I understand the complete desire to remove anything French or Western from that country? Yes, I do. So it's complicated because on one side you have the military junta, which junta, whatever. I hate saying junta. I like to say junta, but I think that's incorrect. On one side, you have the military government who should have held elections, but I don't think they're doing anything necessarily terrible, right? At this stage, except for the fact that they are aligning with Russia and the Wagner Group. But then on the other side, you have the Tuareg, who I would be on their side, right? But then they had to line up with Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda fight ISIS in this area. People forget that a lot. Those two groups don't get along, but at the moment they're just kind of ignoring one another. But I don't want ISIS. I don't really want Al-Qaeda. I want the Tuareg, but they're teamed up with Al-Qaeda, so I can't root for them. I want to root for the Mali government to succeed, but I can't really root for them because they're teamed up with the Wagner Group. And keep in mind, Wagner, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS are all killing the people of Mali. Okay, so none of these groups are doing the right thing by the people of Mali. So it's one of those situations where it's like, damn, I really want the people of Mali to thrive. I really want them to like come into their own. I want the country to have its independence and really thrive. And that's why I like the idea of the alliance of Sahel states, but it's like, fuck. Yeah, the money hasn't gone to the population at all. That's what and this is my problem with nationalizing. It's like, you haven't proven yourself as a government yet, so like, let's not nationalize yet. Okay? I'm not into that. That's why I'm like, that can't be your first. I understand the instinct to be like, and don't worry, guys, we're taking all of our gold. And now, obviously, you have paranoid people from paranoid. It sounds like I mean it in a derogatory way. I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but a lot of the people from Africa that I'm seeing cover the situation are saying like, oh, JNIM is being paid for by the French. Like the French are funding Al-Qaeda. And I'm like, I don't think that is happening. But can you blame them for having that interpretation given the history of colonialism in the region? And they have theories where they're like, look at what Trump is doing with the dollar. Charles de Gaulle was correct when he, tried to stockpile gold. And like, of course they want Malian gold now. And of course they're going to do anything to overthrow the government to get the gold back. Like, I understand the instinct to read it that way. I think JNIM is just being a terrorist organization. I don't think they are getting funded. But then, look at the dirtbags from the UAE. Maybe they are being funded. Who knows? Anyway, let's see what Asman has to say. I'm sure he'll just repeat everything I just said. Right? Right? Biggest political streamer? Huge streamer? He must say exactly what I just said, right?
Now, what's happened in Mali? Basically, they're killing each other again. I know, big surprise. They're killing each other again. This happened in 2021. Now it's happening again. And so let's...
You're a fucking idiot. It happened in 2020. Actually... And then it happened in 2021. In 2020, it happened on August 18th. It's my little brother's birthday. Okay? They got rid of the government. And then in 2021, they got rid of all the civilians left in the government. Okay? And that's when they put in the defense minister who was just killed. And it was the defense minister who made the decision to team up with Russia. Okay? And then in 2022, they kicked out the French. So you're missing somebody. You're missing some. But yeah, let's just focus on 2021. Sorry, I jumped down the story. I didn't even give him a chance. Maybe he'll get to that.
let's take a look and see what this country's like, okay? And where is it? And where is it here? Terrain. Do we have any images of this?
Yeah, it's beautiful. They're like castles.
Are there any images of Mali? There's no place that you can even...
You know what is famously in Mali? If you don't even know about Mali, but you know this place, Timbuktu. And I showed you the very cool Tuareg people, and there are like castles. Let's see if I just show you. Look at this. Look at this mosque. Look at this. That's sick. Tomb of Askia. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it because I clicked in. Mali. There's some cool shit there for somewhere that has been colonized in the middle of fucking nowhere for all of time. But let me guess, is Mali site added to list of World Heritage? Let's see this site. World Heritage in danger. This is sick. I'm sorry, this is cool as shit. That's Songhai, not Mali. This is Mali. Tw 250 BC. Became a market center, an important link in the trans-Saharan gold trade. Damn. Oh, it's Mali now. This is where they're keeping the aliens, guys. Nonetheless, very cool.
Even... Can you zoom in on any of these places? Oh, here we go. Here. What's it like over there?
That's the capital.
What? I mean, that could be Texas. Like, that's fine. That's not so bad.
Hospital.
I mean, this is not... I mean, like, look, you go to Africa, and... I mean, that's what's in Africa, right? I mean, that's it. That's Africa. I don't know what the hell you expect. And so Arizona could be real...
I hate him. Yeah, you're in an urban center. Congratulations. You clicked on the capital. You clicked on an urban center. Oh, that's Africa. You're acting like Sudan is the same as Namibia, is the same as Morocco, is the same as Madagascar, is the same as Rwanda. How about you get fucked? Oh, look, it's a slum. That's what you get in Africa, right? Sorry, I'm sorry. You know what annoys me? Because here's what I know about this guy. I know this guy lives, like he treats his house like a slum. The people who live in these houses treat their houses with more dignity and respect than this man does. And he's got every resource in the world at his disposal. I cannot stand someone like this who has everything and treats it like shit. And then there are people who have nothing and they take so much pride in their possessions. And then he comes in and belittles them. Oh, that's Africa, right?
This could be rural Texas. Yeah, it could be. Maybe you're right. All right, well, let's see besides this. All right, what about over... Oh, this is a construction place. That's all right. That's not so bad. What about over here? This is not so bad.
Beautiful.
I don't think it's that bad. Like, I don't. Like, look at all the food they got. Look at all the food. Look at all this food they got going on here. Like, they got food.
I'm so sus. I'm like so ready. I'm so ready to like.
But they even have food over there. Oh my. Why is it?
If he's going to talk about the trash on the street, as someone who lives in New York City, do not even open your mouth about that. I live in a country where we put our trash in bins and the bin collector comes. Now, that's because I live in an extremely high human development index place where, yeah, I'm very lucky my government's run and they're effective and there's a long history of my government working. But the idea that trash on the street is an indicator of a place being a shithole. New York City has trash on the street everywhere you go. It smells like fucking trash and piss.
Does nobody over there throw away garbage? Do they not have trash cans? Like, why? Why don't they just put it in the garbage can?
Maybe that is the garbage can, you fucking asshole. Some people put garbage on the street.
What the fuck's wrong with them? Like, I don't understand. Why bother? I mean, I get it.
Literally all I know about you is that you have cockroaches in your house. Cockroaches. Cockroaches in your house. What, does nobody put the garbage out? All I know about you is that you have fucking cockroaches on your body.
It's like, I don't know what to say. And so let me go back. All right, so that's one area in here. All right, what about over in, let's see, is there another big city in Maui? I don't know anything about this fucking place. So let's see, are there any other places? I just want you guys to get an idea of the kind of country this place is, right? Okay, this seems like to be the only good place. So basically, here's a really good way to tell, just as a general reality, the countries that are closer to the middle are the ones that are the worst. Like, I'm gonna click on this dot, we're gonna see what it is.
Okay, that is just incorrect, by the way. Especially in Africa, that's incorrect. The countries that are closer to the middle are the worst. What are the countries close to the middle in Africa? The Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Angola, Central African Republic. Now, you could say that these places have a lot of war, but if you're talking about development, which I sense that's what he's talking about, the countries closer to the center, absolutely, that is not true. That is not true. Actually, I would argue that if you're looking about human development or poverty index, you would be looking at countries like Cote d'Ivoire. You would be looking at the Ivory Coast. Like all along West Africa, along the coast, that's gonna have bigger problems in terms of poverty, I would think. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I'm not. You have the fancier countries like Morocco that are getting close to Europe. You have the like North African countries which have the Arab influence. I mean, Djibouti, Somalia, these places aren't well renowned. Like, isn't Central African Republic uniquely bad in terms of poverty or in terms of war? I would just say the entire west coast of Africa is going to have, like, if I was picking between Rwanda, which I think is, to me, hang on, map of Africa. Sorry, guys. I can't make it bigger. God damn it. I just want it to be big. Why is nothing easy? Okay. So DRC, Uganda, Rwanda. This is, to me, this is central, right? The closer you get to the middle. Sudan, one of the oldest civilizations of all time. But he's saying when you get, so I guess he's saying this is the middle of Africa? I mean, even then I wouldn't agree. I really think like, yeah, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire. That's just a really strange thing to say. HDI, Africa. Yeah, okay. Mauritius and Seychelles. So the island countries are very high human development. Algeria, Egypt, Tunisia. So the North African, like Arab type countries. South Africa, obviously. Libya, Morocco, again, North Africa, Botswana. Gabon. Okay, so Gabon is over here on the, oh, you can't see that. Sorry, guys, hang on. This is Gabon here, if my recollection serves. Okay, maybe he's right. This is looking yellow. This is looking bad. But to me, this is the middle. This isn't the middle. This is the Sahara. That's how I would describe it. But look, Asmongold got one on me, I guess. Let's see. Low human development. South Sudan. Okay, yeah, but that's a brand new country. So, like, I think that's the youngest country in the world. Somalia, which is what I said, which is far over. Okay, Central African Republic, not good. Chad, he's correct. Niger, he's correct. Mali, he's correct. But that, to me, they're not central. Burundi, further down. Burkina Faso, that's in that same, that's the Sahel though. To me, that's not. Sierra Leone, over on the coast. Madagascar. I would have thought Madagascar was higher, especially given that Seychelles and Mauritius are so high. Interesting. Good to know, though. Ethiopia, like I said, but that's over on the coast again. Mozambique, that's on the coast. Guinea, that's on the coast. Eritrea, that's on the coast. Sudan, that's in the middle. Liberia, where is Liberia? It's on the coast. Liberia's on the coast. Djibouti's on the coast. Guinea-Bissau's on the coast. Benin's on the coast. Malawi's in the middle. DRC's in the middle. Gambia's on the coast. Senegal's on the coast. So there you go. Arguably, even if the countries in the Sahel, which this middle, I guess there's an argument where that's the middle. Still, a lot of countries along the coast were named. Middle America, ribbon fields. Does anyone know what that's from? Let's spend 30 seconds on Google Maps doing random like fucking click-ins. Kenya, I think. Well, the thing is, I'm thinking HDI in Africa goes up here's the thing, because of colonization, your HDI actually has nothing to do with your natural resources, right? Like otherwise, Mali would arguably be one of the richest, as would Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso's got lots of not plutonium. I don't know. Burkina Faso has something. Mali has gold. But arguably these countries should be the richest if it was based on natural resources. I think it's based on tourism, really. And so Kenya is going to be pretty good. Did that list even say places like Namibia? Like, obviously, all these North African countries get a lot of Algeria, Egypt, maybe Tunisia and Libya, not so much anymore. But like Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt, South Africa, these are all, Botswana, these are like a lot of tourism places. Burkina Faso has gold too, but it has something else. Niger has uranium. Yeah, there's a couple of places. They have something important. Medium. Eswatini. So that's down near South Africa. Sao Tome. But like here, like your Zimbabwe, Comoros, Zambia, Cameroon. Like everything that's slightly higher up is tourism, in my opinion. I'm talking out my butt. I'm Asmongolding this shit. I don't know. This is my guess. But like Seychelles and Mauritius aren't booming because of their fucking people go on fucking beach holidays there. How many other countries are taking pieces of the resource pie for themselves? What do you mean, Tarisk? Yeah, I wonder. Well, let's see. I don't think it's very indicative because, okay, so Arab colonizers along the top, French colonizers around the west. Who colonized over here? The Dutch? No, the Dutch. Guys. You don't need to see it. You don't need to see it. It's not important.
Never mind. Wow. This is better than my store. Okay, never mind. Like,
Yeah,
all right, what about
shut the fuck up.
this country here?
Niger?
No. There's no way. There's no way they got these countries looking like this is better than my 7-Eleven. This is gluten free. Wait, this isn't what? There's no. Okay, that's more like it.
I feel like pretty much. I think Burkina Faso just tried to get an Australian company like a year ago to comply with their new laws, but I'm pretty sure everywhere in Africa has other countries taking ownership of the mining. Like, I really don't feel like many have control. Having resources tends to be bad for good governance because when the government has to depend on you for tax receipts, it's more response. Yeah, so that's like very true as well in like the Middle East. And that's why I was saying before that it's bad for the very first thing to do for the very bad. It's not the best thing for the very first thing a new government to do. Joanna, it's not the best for a newly independent government to make nationalization of resources their number one priority, because there's other stuff that's more important first. My grandpa fought in... Oh, fuck. I would be in so much trouble for not remembering this. I don't remember.
That's what I was thinking, that it's literally just a pile of rocks. Yeah, see, this, yeah, get it? All right, there we go. That's Hungarian, mate? Yeah, okay. Only the solar scrape, they're killing each other? I don't know about that. So, anyway, so Mali is having a PvP event. That's basically what's been...
God forbid there's some nature in your country. Yeah, World War II. The Battle of Bardia. Where did that happen? We have the Bardia flag. This is... Oh, in Libya. So I know my grandpa was in the... Hang on, I can find out exactly. I know my grandpa was, he fought 39 through 45. He fought the whole time. He was in North Africa. Maybe I don't have it on here. Let me just check. Okay, my grandpa was in the 2nd 1st Field Company of the 6th Division and was an original 39er. And I know he fought in the Battle of Bardia because we have the flag. So, yeah. And I know because he only came home for like 3 days to marry my nana. And someone put a feather on him. And my great uncle had his head chopped off in Japan. He was a prisoner of war, escaped 3 times, recaptured each time. Last time they cut his head off on the last day of the war. Oh. But yeah. Okay. Libya. Who knew?
been going on here? This is, I mean, honestly, like, damn, like, what the fuck? Is this like one of those, wait a minute, is this like one of those like tourist areas where you get to live next to the people like it's a zoo? Like, I've seen this, and like, and I'm sorry I'm using language that's like kind of bad, but like, they really do treat Africa like a fucking zoo. They do. They go out there and they look around at these people like they're fucking animals. It's fucking...
What do you call Skid Row, bro? People literally drive their kids down. Like, look at the homeless people, guys.
Weird. It's extremely fucking weird. I don't like it. Made me laugh, yes. And like a safari. Like Cuba, kind of like Cuba, but South America. Holy fuck, man. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know, like, I hate to say this, but like, when I hear, I just, never mind. You know what? Never mind. I don't need to give my opinion on everything. I don't have to give my opinion on every intrusive thought that I have. Let's just not. What was the name of the country? It was started with an N. Yeah,
Niger.
I don't know really what it could...
Are you guys fucking kidding me? How old is his audience? 8? What was the name of the country that started with N? For real? That's lame.
Could have been. I have no idea. Started with an N. And why does the roof have a sink? I don't know. Like, maybe they want to sit up on the roof. Who the fuck knows? And yeah, nobody has any idea. Why would a random sink be on the roof? Maybe there's, I don't know, if you want to stay up there and have like nice like little events. So there has been a server wipe in Mali. You can see this here. Convoy of jihadist militants with the Durand Ras. I mean, like, okay. The fucking...
Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal-Muslimin. Or you can just say JNIM instead of being like, oh, a different language. Skid Row. What do you call that place in LA? Isn't it Skid Row? Avocadorable, Kim Kardashian literally said that her dad used to drive her and her sisters down Skid Row so that they could be reminded of how lucky they were. Rich people take their kids to Skid Row to show them homeless people. Straight out of Compton.
The crazy, I guess the jihadist guys, moving south through the town of Katy, just northwest of Mali's capital, with small clashes
Don't they
reportedly taking
ever.
place against elements of alarm. Oh, here we go.
Wait, are people going to die here? I don't want to watch that.
Some things never change. Look at that. Usual
Why does he have like Disney music playing?
suspects there are. Nope. The same bikes, the same trucks. Look at that. Honestly, what is this, another Toyota? They need to just go and say, I don't know how they could do the framing for this, but they have to show like American military might, and then these Toyota trucks 20 years later still going down the road in Africa. And look at how.
Does he understand? I'm confused. What does he expect Islamic militants to have? Tanks? What does he expect them to have? They have a Toyota. What's wrong with a fucking Toyota? What does he expect them to have? Because if he thinks that he's like, oh, they have a shitty car, I hope he understands that JNIM have a lot of money. They do a lot of illegal trafficking. They take money on the trade routes. They have a lot of money. They're not driving an old Toyota because they don't have money. I don't understand.
Big, I mean, you have a fucking 50 cal probably in the back here, or at least like a fucking M249, like a big fucking machine gun, right? You have like 5 dudes.
See, I was on the money. Boys like it when you know how to name everything. That's where I'm falling short with my male audience. I gotta start. We've done the planes. We need to start naming the guns.
In the back of this truck, and it's going down like it's no big deal. It's impressive. This is a crazy ad for Toyota.
Okay. He is being positive.
Toyota makes reliable vehicles, yeah. Like I remember seeing this when I was a kid, and they're still doing it now. And so, this is later on, but we'll get to that. Militants gas. Oh, here's a gas station. Here's another one. Look.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, something I didn't mention before about the Tuareg and the Al Qaeda that's important, and I'm going to get back to this, what I want to say here in a second. But just something important to know is, so the leader of JNIM, it has a certain name, something dim. It's a specific group within JNIM that is in Mali. But the leader, it's like Answar Dim or something. I don't remember off the top of my head. The leader, the leader of that is also a Tuareg. Like, part of the reason that these sort of collaborations happen is because it's not like every group is super distinct. People do kind of overlap. And so, yeah, that's an important thing to know. And the thing is with Bamako, what they're doing at the moment is they're trying to kind of put it under blockade or siege to like cut off the resources, which they have the capacity to do, which is probably what we're seeing here. I don't watch footage of this shit, so I don't know. But yeah, a lot of the trade routes they're familiar with. And as I said, it's like the trade routes are mainly around like the capital city. So this is quite easy for them to cut off. Hang on. A technical, interesting.
True. No, this is where I got it from. Look at them all. You're trying to use it as a gun? Wait, what do you mean you're going to use it as a gun? Why are you shooting sideways?
He's having
what
fun.
What the hell are you doing? Like, Jesus, what are you watching? Like, I guess they got movies over there, right? Yeah. I guess they got movies. Oh, here we go. So, this is another city. All right, here we go. Look at all that. We're going to go. Sorry about the audio.
I mean, a lot of the time capturing a city is, like, as I said, the problem is that the center of kind of where everything's coming out of is so far away from these cities. So when it's like you're capturing a city, it's not really capturing it. It's just like there's no resistance, and you're going in there and sort of telling people like if you don't comply, we'll fucking kill you all, which JNIM do a lot, by the way. They do a lot of mass atrocities. But the Wagner Group, the African Corps, also kill a lot of civilians. So it's kind of like, as I said, there's no real good side to root for here. But like taking a city can literally just be driving in.
They have saxophones too. Oh boy. They should get saxophones. We a new crusade? As I said, bro, the moment that the Pope ordains the new crusade is the moment, is the day. I'll go back to church that day. I'll read the news. I'll say, okay, all right, say less. I got it. Why is this ASMR? I don't know why it's weird like that. Look at him go, man. There's a whole ass lot. The Pope didn't have the balls. I know. And where are the Toyotas? Well, they probably got them in the back, right? They're probably a little bit slower. And yeah, I mean, this. But guns exist. So what would the Crusaders use? Drones. Yeah, just put a drone with a cross on it, fly it in, and we'll blow them up. That's the 12th Crusade. How about that? Seems pretty good to me. Yeah, just paint a cross on it. Yeah, holy drones. Yeah, holy drones. There you go. Yeah, you know, yo, no, you're right. I forgot. I mean, Monty Python had the holy hand grenades, right? It only took 30 years for it to come true. Fuck. I mean, you already had you had the foundation laid beforehand. So what's the problem with that? Oh, if there's an argument in chat. Yeah, call it holy doves. Yeah, exactly. The holy drones, holy hand grenades. I know.
Guys, I'm literally not boy enough to even understand the coverage. Yeah, and well, like that's the thing. It's like that's why before I was trying to be sensitive, because when I say oh, ISIS is like the mad dog, like ISIS is crazy, ISIS are like bastards, I don't want anyone to hear that and be like, oh, okay, so like JNIM are good then, like JNIM. No, JNIM are not good. JNIM are not good. JNIM are doing mass atrocities. They're doing violent atrocities. They're imposing Sharia law. They're lining up entire cities worth of people and shooting them down. Like, JNIM are very bad. JNIM are Islamic jihadists who are enforcing Sharia law and recruiting from communities that are economically poor and killing anyone who doesn't collaborate. Like, no. JNIM are Al-Qaeda. They're still Al-Qaeda. They're still very, very bad. I'm just saying that, like, ISIS is trying to do, like, fucking performance art for some shit. For some reason, they're like, oh, we want to make sure no one ever forgets this. But, like, JNIM are shocking. Why would you support the Islamists over the Russians? Avocadorable. I don't support the Russians. I just want to know. I don't support the Islamists either. I don't think it's a choice I need to make. So I just want to know. I don't know. Guys, I'm sorry. You know before when Pussy says like, how do you know so much? What the fuck are the Crusades? I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Is it in a video game? What is it? It happened in England? What happened here? It feels like it's like medieval history, maybe a bit before. Maybe, is it ancient history in England? When did this happen? What happened? Is it Alexander the Great? What is it? Someone tell me. You think so? Russia's pretty much been demonstrated. It's easier to contain them. No one succeeded in containing them. In fact, they're doing a great job at expanding all throughout the West Sahara. The Wagner Group is proving right now, through this very exercise, that Russia cannot be relied upon as a security partner. That the Wagner Group is failing. I thought the Holy Grail and I low-key feel like the Crusades are kind of like the Bible. Like, some of it definitely happened, but some of it is made up. Isn't the Crusades where, like, Camelot comes from? Isn't the Crusades where the rock came out of the stone? What the fuck are the Crusades? Europe had... Oh, so this is like Andalusia and Spain? And Islam in Spain? 800... Okay, European Christians. Okay, so the Crusades are real. Understood. They happened. Somewhere between 800 to 1,000 years ago, they happened, and it was about the Europeans stopping Islam. Who was in charge of Islam? Who was doing the Islam bit? Give me some names. Who's fighting? Is it Alexander the Great? When's he? When did he exist? Guys, I'm putting on my dressing gown because I'm cold, okay? Jerusalem? That's not Europe. And did those feet in ancient times walk upon England's mountains green? and was the holy Lamb of God in England's pleasant pastures seen. Okay. Religious threat to Christianity. Saladin. He sounds sick. Okay, and generally, we're not on Saladin's side, right? I need to look him up. He has a fucking awesome hat. Oh no. That hat I was not expecting. It's kind of tilted me. I thought Assassin's Creed was about the Borgias. I thought that was the Borgias. Guys, I wanted to be on the European side, but look at this is a Met Gala kind of hat. He was a Kurd? Holy shit. Well, of course Spain was conquered because that's why Andalusia exists. There's a lot of Islam in Spain, and you have yeah, I know all about Islamic Spain. Okay, so the Crusades happened. Okay. Here's my new thing that I understand. The Crusades happened maybe 1,000 years ago because Christianity was only allowed, according to Europeans general. We don't have a specific person. They were fighting Islam. Islam was run by Saladin. Saladin wore a fucking cool hat. He was also Kurdish. He lost except for in the bottom of Spain, I think. Alexander the Great wasn't there. Camelot wasn't there. There was no sword, there was no stone. It really happened. We're on Saladin's side, but they lost. Who was fighting on the other? Oh, oh damn, this is hard for me. Kurds versus Catholics. God damn. Wait, okay, guys. I saw a movie called The Pope's Exorcist with Russell Crowe in it. And this amazing thing happens in... You didn't see the hat? I showed the hat, didn't I? I'll show it again. There you go. There you go. There's the hat. Enjoy. Oh, Richard I. Barbarossa. I thought Barbarossa was a pirate, so there you go. King Philip. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some reading. Anyway, the point I was gonna make is in this movie, The Pope's Exorcist, Russell Crowe he's the Pope's exorcist. The Pope says that the crimes of the Catholic Church, the Crusades, and he also says the child sex abuse scandals, that all occurred because the Pope was possessed by the devil. Okay, guys, a lot of people currently want to tell me about the Crusades. Hang on, slow down. Nobody really won. Bunch of crusades. Third Crusade, the one against Saladin, considered a victory for the Crusaders. Fuck yeah. Richard the Lionheart, that's cool. Negotiated a peace that allowed a safe passage for pilgrims to Jerusalem. Pilgrims from what? What kind of pilgrims? Islamic pilgrims? Catholic pilgrims? What kind of... Alexander the Great is from Greece and Macedonia. Okay. Is he the short? No, who's the short one? He's the one in the desert. Who's the short one in the desert? Guys. Ali! I had to take maternity leave to take care of myself because I was being a baby. Okay. Lawrence of Arabia. That's the short one. Am I trolling? I've adorable. I'm sorry I don't know everything. I'm sorry I don't know everything. I don't know about this part of history. I did not take whatever part of history this was. This is not interesting to me. And given that it's interesting to this guy, I feel I've made a great decision. I'm not concerned that I don't know who Richard Lionheart and Saladin were and that they fought about getting safe passage. Sounds low-key kind of boring. I'm sorry I was doing cool things like studying the fucking Troubles. Okay, I want to talk about Ireland. Specifically, I want to talk about the famine. Would Orlando Bloom make it interesting for me? No. Because he got his chest hair lasered off and then he had to wear a wig on his chest. And that kind of killed Orlando Bloom for me. I'm not going to knock the Crusades. I'm just like not interested in it. Other than this guy with the hat. And now that I know about the guy with the hat, I kind of have arrived at the end of my interest. But saying you want to do a crusade these days means you want to do a genocide against the Muslims. Okay, good to know. They were literally fighting over Jerusalem. Then why is everyone saying it's about fucking Europe? Was Jerusalem once in Europe and I didn't know about it? Did I miss that? It seems like the Crusades were kind of complicated. Europeans traveled. How dare they? They're liars. Because you talk to a European, they're like, why would I ever want to go anywhere other than Europe? I mean, it's all here. Crusades were weaponizing Catholic faith against its enemies. Okay, so now that you've mentioned that, I remember that the Pope apologizes for the Crusades in the Pope's Exorcist. So Catholics did bad things during the Crusades. That I clock. Okay, guys, it never had to be this intense. I just had a little question. What were the Crusades? Okay, it never had to be like this. We've taken a wrong turn somewhere. Okay. I feel informed. Thank you, Matthew. I apologize on behalf of Catholics, and I'm glad that Saladin won. I'm sorry I don't know everything. It's maybe the first time anyone learned anything. Watching us. Okay, I'm getting mixed information. He didn't win. Now you're telling me he didn't win. I don't care. He won in my book. You know why? This, guys, this is the best look at the Met Gala in whatever year the Crusades happened. Okay? He's a winner. This is the best look. Okay, everyone, you guys need to sort it out yourselves because I'm getting one message saying he didn't win, one message saying he did. That is no longer a me problem. That's a Chad problem. Okay, you guys work it out first, then come to me when you've finished the assignment. Okay. Is he just watching war footage and this is his coverage? He's like, yeah, this is fucking sick. Look at this truck. Is this how he covers?
And what is this? Oh, this is. Now, this was in America. Real quick, we'll watch this. Actually, was it in America? Let me see. Might have been Canada. No, I don't even know, but it could have been somewhere. Let me turn the music up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Bouncing around. Here we go. Here we go. What are we doing? This is your Amazon shipment in the back of this truck.
I do too much on stream. Like, no wonder people can stream for so long.
Your anime model of Aqua from Konosuba. It's in the back of this truck. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. No. Why? I don't know. Hey, should you press the blue button there? In the whole world? No, in America, yes. I love how this guy is already, he's not even, nothing even hurt him. Oh, no, I guess he did hit his head. He did hit his head, okay. Oh my God, look at them all. What a bunch of fucking idiots. And the poor dude in the front, he probably got out of it. Maybe fucked his leg up a little bit, but he'd be all right. And anyways, brakes probably gave out. Maybe, I don't know. And a major car bomb exploded. Oh, here we go. We got even more of this.
No, Ali, I had this great idea where I was like, I'll explain to you what's happening in Mali by watching Asmongold explain what's happening in Mali and then tell you when he's wrong. But he's not saying anything. Yeah, I don't think he's going to say anything here. I'm concerned. I thought I was like excited because thank you, Bed-Stuy Bed Guy. My sounds are off. Let me turn my sound on. I really thought that what would happen is that he would say a whole lot of shit wrong about Mali and I would correct him and it would be like a nice little informative, like, oh, he didn't fully understand the nature of the relationship between Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State in the Sahel region. That's an easy thing to misunderstand. Incorrect. But we just watched a car accident somewhere else. His coverage was, let's put on the, like, let's look at pictures on Google Maps and talk about how shit Mali is. That was his coverage. Do you want me to give you the girl version of the coverage? I can. Look at how hot the leader of Mali is. Isn't he cute? He's probably a really bad man. But I really like all these new dictators. Except this isn't my favorite one, guys. What's his name? Burkina Faso president. This guy. Oh my God. I just think he is the cutest. And he wears like, he covers his, he's got Tom Hardy problem, right? Because look at this cutie patootie face. Have you noticed that Tom Hardy, because he's a baby face, he always like has something distorting his face so that he looks more serious? and kind of more threatening. Like when he's Mad Max, like when he's Bane, like they always cover his face because he's got a baby face. So look at this guy. Most of the time, hang on. He's wearing, okay, maybe not most of the time, but here, look at this. Now he looks serious. Okay, you can have it. Look at that. Now he looks tough. See? And he's like 37. I like this. I just long for some hot lead. You know what it is? I got to be honest with you, and you guys aren't going to like what I'm about to say, but we just watched Asmongold, so I now feel that I can take anything and get away with it. Okay? I have a Gaddafi-size hole in my heart that I'm just waiting for an African dictator to fill. Okay, so I'm trying to force these men like a square through a circle hole. I am trying, and no one is going to be, you know, the Lion of Africa. No one's going to fill that hole. Okay, that's enough. That's the girl slop version of Asmongold's coverage, okay? Who's gonna clip and ship me? Is this do I have a Judas in my audience? Is there a Judas amongst you? Okay. Here's the problem. Only pussies. Thank you for asking that question. I think Jim Chalmers is quite attractive, but unfortunately, the best looking member of Australian Parliament is the most dangerous one. And that would be Andrew Hastie, the Christian nationalist who is vying for leadership of the Liberal Party. He is, without question, the most attractive politician. And unfortunately, he is the biggest threat to Australian democracy. Hang on, let me check. Tanzanian president. It's a woman! No, I know. Andrew Hastie supported all of the Special Forces guys who testified against Ben Roberts-Smith. And unfortunately, that was really hard for me because it was a very attractive thing for him to do. We're actively trying to remember that he sucks. He's a Christian nationalist. He's also waved at me. In Parliament House, I waved at someone behind him when we were walking down. He was walking, so my parliamentarian's office that I worked for, he was in that hallway, and the media person for my parliamentarian was walking across that hallway, and I waved as he was looking back towards me, and he was like, and he thought I was waving at him, and he waved at me and smiled, and then I kind of like weirdly waved back, and then he realized I never waved at him. That it was still, you know, a moment we shared. No, this person, Samia Suluhu, Hassan, I am on your side. I'm into whatever you're doing. But you're not on my list. He's in love with, I told myself he was in love with me too. I did. He waved at me and I was like, oh my God, he's got a crush on me. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. I wasn't even waving at you. I was waving at Stephanie. No. but we got to remember he's bad. Just because you want to see him? Guys, this is not monitoring the situation. You guys are so naughty. Unfortunately, this man plans on destroying Australia. That's him at war. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Avocadorable, that we don't have great ethnic diversity in our parliament, okay? He's tall. What can I say? Most of the parliamentarians are old, short, white, fat men. Okay? I mean, I could talk about... I mean, Sarah Hanson-Young is pretty. I mean, a lot of the Greens senators are pretty. Best looking Australian politicians. Oh, the Premier of South Australia. Now, that's not a federal politician, but this guy's hot. Malinakis? Is that diverse enough for you? Hi. You've come at a bad time. Don't judge us on what we're doing right now, okay? He accidentally was like running for government and did this shoot in a pool, and everyone was like, oh my God, we love him. No, it's okay. We're going to monitor now. We're going to talk about Iran. Everyone's... Stop being so horny, chat. Okay. Actually, I may need a momentary break. I should get every world leader and just put them... You guys want me to do a tier list? It doesn't work like that. There are 2 categories, yes and no. That's it. That's how we work here. We're going to cover the Strait, okay? And we're going to talk about the UAE a little bit. But I just need you guys to chill for a second while I get like a Diet Coke or something, okay? Because I'm being too silly. Smash or pass world leaders. I'm not even kidding. I would do it. This is a Diet Coke chat. I don't care that Donald Trump drinks Diet Coke. It's important that I get some now before I truly... I'm going to leave you with the rave cows. They're going to look after you. I'm going to get a Diet Coke. I'm going to use my weird back stretchy thing. And then I'll come back. Are you ready to rave with the cows? Coke Zero is disgusting and you are excommunicated for saying that out loud. Take that opinion, put it in the trash, come back with a better opinion. Take that opinion, put it somewhere else. Don't ever say that again. That would straight up piss me off. I can't believe you said that here. I can't believe you said that. Wait, don't look at that. Look at the cows. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Guys, it's got so cold here. I have to wear my dressing gown. I'm sorry. I'll wear a proper coat next time. I have coats. My dressing gown covers my whole body. I'll get a blanket. Okay. Are you in the mood to monitor the situation? Well, good, because that's what we're going to do. So, guys, a little bit of a... Oh, also, we have stream sponsor. Okay. This is the stream sponsor. But I'm worried I'm getting dehydrated because I also had a coffee. So we also have a little kombucha. Oh, it's so cold though. Holy moly. Okay, let me just crack one. I've got these nails on though. What am I going to do? Oh no. Oh, guys, I should have done an Erica Kirk cosplay. I still have to do that freaking Donald Trump Erica Kirk cosplay, but I could have done a really good one with the black hat. That recent podcast she did, I just truly look so much like her. It would have been good. Okay. So, a lot happening. What do we go over first? It's been a while. Somehow a lot is happening and nothing is happening. Wait. Did this really happen? Sorry, we just have a clip on Twitter. We just got to quickly watch this.
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't, ultimately. And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins.
Okay, I don't know who we are, what's happening anymore. Okay, rough criminals, I'll do it. Your country is going off the deep end. Okay, what was I thinking? Okay, Iran. Loss has happened, but kind of nothing has happened at the same time. We're in a stalemate. We're in a very tense part of the stalemate. Something I heard Pete Hegseth spoke earlier, which I guess that was from. So the interesting thing is that obviously there have been strikes, which I predicted in my short form content, obviously. But America has decided to raise the bar as to what counts as an actual strike, which will break the ceasefire, which is fascinating to me. But here's the thing. I think even though we're in a stalemate, something has to happen in the next 10 days because Trump has his trip to Beijing. And if this isn't resolved, particularly if this strait isn't resolved, that will dominate. And it will, I think China is the obvious way to reopen the strait, but it will dominate the conversation. It will make Trump look like a flop. He won't want to do it, but he also won't want to postpone. But the thing is as well is that Arachi is now also doing a trip to Beijing, the foreign minister for Iran. He's going May 14, 15. Trump is going May 15, I believe. So, oh no, apparently he's leaving. Oh, so no, Arachi's leaving today to go to Beijing. Trump's going 14, 15. How much does a dolphin weigh? It's heavier than me. I think it's quite a bit heavier than me. I don't think I could pick up a dolphin. I'm going to say a dolphin weighs 110 kilos. How much does a dolphin weigh? Oh, okay. Some of them I'm right. Okay, it depends on the dolphin. They vary. They vary massively. So some dolphins go up to 190 kilos. Some are 50 kilos. I could pick up some of these dolphins. No joke. The common bottlenose dolphin typically weighs between 136 and 635 kilograms, 300 to 1,400 pounds. Anyway, that's the facts about dolphins. It's important that we keep our finger on the pulse of how much things weigh. You know? Yeah. Okay. So things need to be sorted out before China. The China trip. But it's very interesting, isn't it? The orca's heavy. The orca's real heavy. The orca is 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. That I cannot pick that up. Well, the thing that I find really interesting, avocadorable, is that Iran keeps sending proposals and they're trying to make the diplomatic route work. And Trump is convinced that he can open the strait using military force. He's convinced he can do that. And ultimately what Trump wants at this stage is he wants to take the strait off the table. Because if the strait's off the table, then we're just negotiating. At the moment, Iran has too many pieces. It has a strait, it has missiles, it has nuclear. We want to take the strait off the table. The thing is, as we've discussed many times, the strait is maintained so long as the threat is maintained. Getting one ship through, getting 3 ships through, getting 10 ships through doesn't take away the threat. And people aren't going to want to move their personnel. They're not going to want to move their millions of dollars worth of product and their ships until there is no threat. So yes, maybe he can get some things through, but that's not opening it. Again, from Iran's point of view, the strait isn't closed. What is Israel doing meanwhile? Israel's busy with Lebanon, not adhering to that ceasefire. I think it's now 1 million are displaced in Lebanon. 1 million displaced, 250,000 children not in school currently. You're missing. We're monitoring. We established the weight of a dolphin, which about 136 to 600 kilos. Okay, so there's a range there. We are talking about where we're at with Iran, the stalemate. I'm saying it's not going to last. Something's going to happen within the next 10 days because of Trump's trip to China. The issue is, though, that Iran is trying to push things forward diplomatically by continually sending proposals, but nothing in those proposals have changed in a way that would make it acceptable for America. Trump is trying to take the strait off the table by reopening it using this new Operation Freedom. But that's not going to work either because getting a few ships through safely isn't the same as taking away or opening the strait because you're not taking away the threat. The threat is what creates the problem, right? Now, what was interesting to me was the UAE, because obviously I've been away on maternity leave. The interesting thing for me was UAE leaving OPEC. I feel like this was a master plan that they had where they were like, oh, we'll leave OPEC and then what we'll do is we'll start making a huge amount of oil and we're going to take it. So let me see if I can find a map for you guys. Now, keep in mind, Iran hasn't taken responsibility for that attack on the UAE. They did it. But they haven't taken responsibility. And even more interesting is the fact that Saudi haven't condemned it. We're seeing big split in the Gulf countries, and more importantly, we're seeing a split in how Iran is treating the Gulf countries. So the plan for UAE was, this is a plan they had, I believe. You're choosing here to trust me, but I don't think I've given you actually, I have given you lots of reasons not to trust me tonight. I haven't been trustworthy. I've told you a whole lot of dictators are hot. I'm sorry. I apologize. Trust me again, please. I promise I'll be better. Okay. In order to be better, let me tell you that so the UAE left OPEC. OPEC controls how much oil you're allowed to produce, basically. And by leaving, they were like, okay, we'll produce a whole lot of oil. We'll pump it back in, sell it at a premium, get oil back on to the market, right? Because the UAE think we're so smart because we have the Fajura pipeline. Let me show you this, guys. Have a looky here. So as you can see here, the UAE built this pipeline, which Habshan Terminal, so Abu Dhabi oil fields, they have a pipeline that comes out here to Fujairah, which means that they miss this here, right? I didn't say that, avocadorable. I didn't say that. And I tend to like a mustache. I didn't like his, okay? So don't put those words in my mouth. Not only because they'll get me cancelled, but more importantly because they're not true. And I don't have a problem coughing up to something that I believe in, even if it is not palatable. I don't like that mustache. Young Stalin. I know, long time no monitor. But look, so they thought they were so smart. They're like, you think you can stop us? We're just going to leave OPEC and start pumping a bunch of oil out anyway. But then Iran has bombed here. No bueno. Nice try, UAE. Now, Iran sees UAE as much more aligned with Israel than Saudi and Oman, obviously. So their strategy towards the UAE is quite different. I try not to watch the propaganda videos. I'm really, not because I'm not interested. I am interested. It's just so interesting to me how strongly targeted they are at a Western audience and not an Iranian audience. And they work, clearly. Like, a lot of people I talk to, like, I'll call them normies, are on Iran's side because of the Lego videos. I'm like, God damn, you guys are easy. You guys are fucking easy. So I don't really watch those. Nothing that's coming out of Iran should be attributed to the views held by average Iranians. Iranians currently don't have much relationship. They don't have much access to the internet. So anything you're getting from them you're part of an information war. So just view it through the lens of an information war. I don't watch them. Young Stalin was so fucking hot. And I'm sorry, I'll say it again. I like young Gaddafi. I find him attractive. I know he's got a bit of an ugly face, but like in a kind of hot way, right? Like a hot, ugly face. No? No one else sees that? I don't know. Also, UAE is way more aligned with Israel than Saudi, but it's just interesting sort of seeing the GCC fracture a little bit, especially given that the negotiations that are currently happening in Pakistan, it's also happening between like Iran and Saudi, you know, it's happening between Iran and Qatar. These countries are still talking. And so it's interesting to see the horizontal strategy where it was just like bomb the Gulf is starting to become a little bit more like, okay, we're trying to reestablish, like people are trying to talk to us about like, especially given that Iran is pushing, they see UAE as a forward base. In terms of their security approach, they see it as the forward base. But the thing is as well is that America backing the UAE plan to leave OPEC and push out this oil at a premium price at like a crazy amount of quantity, that move would have fucked Saudi, right? And America was like, oh, we don't really care. So this is interesting in terms of how it's affecting the relationships between America and the region too. Because you have to remember that under the law, the conventions of the laws of the high sea, you know, this idea that you're allowed safe passage through international waters. The argument that Iran is making is that you're allowed innocent passage. If you're an innocent vessel, you're allowed passage. They're saying, well, you've killed 3,500 of our citizens. So anyone associated with Israel or America are no longer innocent. That can't be classified as innocent passage. But now we're getting to the point where, given the individual negotiations are happening between Saudi and Qatar and these other kind of fuel-producing countries and Iran, things might start to splinter. That's where, to me, it gets really interesting, right? The Lego videos weren't even made. No, they're like made for the state, but they're made in America by an Iranian, I believe. And so it's the same. You know how in Mali, it's like, okay, one of the interesting things to look at in Mali is how the Wagner Group have failed to provide the security that Russia was offering as a strategic partner. They're saying, let us send in the Wagner Group. They will be your security partner. They'll provide that for you. Oh my God, my brain. And they failed at that. So that's going to fracture Russia's legitimacy on an international stage. At the same time, we're seeing here this plan that the UAE and America clearly hatched to move oil production out is kind of once again fucking over Saudi. And Saudi's been shown this whole time what a terrible security partner America is being to them in the Gulf. Like, this is damaging their relationships majorly. The Houthis are quiet because, first of all, the Houthis view themselves as the strongest player in the region. They don't have the same ideological alliance to Iran. If things were to escalate again, I have no doubt that the Houthis would close off the Bab al-Mandab. But there's no need for them to do that right now. To do that, if they close the Bab al-Mandab right now, they would actually be breaking the ceasefire, escalating the situation for everyone. At the moment, nobody wants the Houthis to make a move. The Houthis don't want to make a move, and Iran don't want the Houthis to make a move. So their quietness is because they have no reason to make a move. It's not. Yeah. It's not unusual. It's normal. What's not normal is the UAE getting bombed and Saudi saying nothing. What is not normal is the entire Arab League keeping their mouths shut while the IRGC attacks the UAE. It signals a massive change in the Gulf Cooperating Council that should be noted, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you guys think? The thing is, Iran is not going, what we have learned and what is very clear, you should have absolutely no expectation that Iran is going to capitulate, right? No matter what threats happen, Iran is not going to capitulate. So but are Saudis really that pissed off at UAE leaving OPEC that they don't have any sympathy for? Well, Ahmed, I'm going off the fact that Saudi haven't said anything about the attack. Did you just hear the... Saudi's been silent. So I'm not saying that that's a huge deal. This is the first time we've really seen this. I mean, they should have taken the L forever. They're not... The thing is, they're not going to give up the strait. It is now seen to them as important as the missile program and the nuclear program. And if you look at Mushtaba and what he's been saying, it's now central. Like his statements on the strait show that there's no intention. Well, the thing is, Matthew, is when Trump goes to China, because this is the thing, like China can intervene, but China intervening is going to be such a massive fucking L for America. Hang on, I wrote notes about this and I just want to find them forever ago when I was going to talk about this. It's possible we're reading into the silence, but I think we're seeing a huge shift in the GCC. So yeah, a lot of China has stores. 84% of China's energy comes from inside. They have a much stronger buffer than pretty much anyone else, right? But it's not energy that is the problem for China. China is the largest trading partner of every country in the Gulf. And it's their trade which is being affected. China, we have seen with Venezuela, we've seen with other countries, China will not militarily intervene. It won't do it. It doesn't want to do it. But if you consider the fact that China manufactures 30% of the world's goods, right? It is not going to want the strait to stay closed. The Gulf is more important to China than Iran. Their strategic partnership with Iran does not outweigh their trade relationship with the Gulf. The Gulf countries have all been sending envoys to China. European countries have all been sending envoys to China. China has significantly more leverage over Iran than Russia does. And for China to intervene and fix this is going to make them look good, right? They're going to look like the more stable, positive actor in the globe. But the thing at the end of the day is that China is Iran's economic lifeline. So it's kind of similar to America's relationship with Israel, which is like at the end of the day, if China says you have to do something, there's an element to which you have to do it. China is not going to want to do that to Iran so long as it can, especially if it can also pressure America, right? Actually, to be fair, China is not, to compare it to America, Israel isn't quite the same. But China can apply a lot of pressure. But China won't pressure Israel if America isn't doing something as well, right? Thank you, Ruggers. Oh my God, you know what I love? I've written all these notes. I'm such a girl. I've written all these notes about China and energy and their relationship with Iran, and then I have draft text messages. Emotional draft confrontations in the same notes document. That's just fabulous. I think Zia, I think they can, because Iran cannot survive without China economically. Doesn't mean like maybe Iran's acting like a mad dog and they don't care and it's existential and they'll say fuck you China, but literally they'll fall over. I don't think they're like that, right? I don't think they're going to do that. China will, but the thing is, it's like what I'm saying is Trump's meeting with China should be viewed as a deadline for the stalemate. Something is going to have to change before then. I still think the IRGC is making a mistake. They can't get more cards than they have now. I don't see a single scenario where they won't start. Yeah, no, I agree. But this is the thing, Wallach. I don't think anything that's happening is not what you're saying. Because what I've seen is Trump continually try to get some like operational wins with the Strait and constant diplomatic pressure on the Iranian side. They're constantly like sending new diplomatic offers. So I think they are trying to get a deal. I think there are compromises. But the problem is right now, it's really hard to give analysis on the situation during the stalemate because unfortunately, I don't believe either side is fully telling the truth. I don't believe any information that is publicly available. So it's very difficult for me to give you sort of like meaningful analysis because I just don't have it. Like, I don't know if you saw the other day while I was on maternity leave, that there was this 14-point plan. And then people were publishing, Al Jazeera published what the 14-point plan was. And then Iran was like, no, that wasn't the 14-point plan. We didn't say that. There's nothing in the nuclear thing about that. Because Iran currently is pushing and saying, like, doing the normal diplomacy thing, which is like, let's create a framework for the end of the war. Let's create a framework for the end of the conflict. Push some of the more sensitive issues off, missiles, nuclear, the Strait. Push that off to the side. Let's come up with a framework for how we can end this war now. And then we can sort it out. But I don't know what is happening. I think they're making, I would assume they're making, I don't know. My baby is me, Tom. When I say I took maternity leave, it's because I'm a baby and sometimes I need to take care of myself. Sometimes I'm a sook. Does China have an incentive to tell Iran to back down? Well, that's what I'm saying. Their relationship with the Gulf and their trade relationship with the Gulf it's not about energy. In terms of energy, no, they don't have any incentive. But in terms of trade, yeah, they're not going to want they don't want the Strait to be under Iranian control after this, right? No, I know KSA and the UAE have been split for a while, but for them to actively talk, like to actively publicly be doing this hasn't been their behavior through the war so far. The GCC has kind of been operating as a unit. I don't know. Also, Netanyahu once again cancelled his testimony, if you were wondering, because obviously war. That's true. Well, like, but the same is true of America. So I'm trying to like read in and like keep an eye on like what's happening, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, well, nothing is actually happening, stalemate wise, right? Like, there's nothing visible happening where I can be like, oh, this action occurred, so I can comment on that. Like, people are saying a stratotanker went down right now. It's like you can't confirm anything that's actually happening. So I don't know what's happening. So I can't really comment on that. And then in terms of what's happening in the diplomacy tracks, I also don't know because both sides are lying. So it's kind of like, I don't know. And it's confusing because like boats are being bombed, UAE is being bombed. None of that is affecting the ceasefire. So apparently bombing doesn't affect the ceasefire. People are saying boats got through. Other people are saying boats didn't get through. People are saying boats are being bombed. Other people are saying no, boats got bombed. So it's like we're at a point now where shit is so convoluted. I don't know what to. It's hard to monitor the situation because I got no vision. Like, drones and missiles from Iran were hitting the UAE too. Oh my god, Diet Coke cherry. I think I'd love it. Okay, but ceasefire with Israel is different from ceasefire with America. Ceasefire doesn't mean anything to Israel. Ever. Whereas, like, I felt that the ceasefire... Iran attacked the UAE because the UAE left OPEC and was trying to use its pipeline to circumvent the strait. And then on top of that, UAE is more strongly connected and associated with Israel. Why would they deny responsibility? Because they want they're trying to push the diplomatic route, in my opinion. And if they can keep denying responsibility, I mean, it's obvious it's them, right? It's the same bullshit as before when Iran was like, no, we're only attacking military like, no, you're not. So, like, it's why would they deny responsibility? Because they're going to deny responsibility whenever they do something like that. But it's the same thing as, like, sorry, there was a bug. Why would America be like, this is a different operation. It's completely different from the other operation. And yeah, there were some strikes, but those strikes don't count. I don't know what's happening. And I feel like I am one of the people, not to like I'm not tooting my own horn, but like, I feel like I'm more, go away, little bug. I feel like I'm more across this. Like, I've been keeping an eye on this. And now I'm like, I don't fucking know anymore. That makes it hard to monitor the situation, you know? I think Hegseth was trying to say, do not attack US troops. That's the red line. But it's like, I don't know. I don't think as well, like, once again, even like what you're saying, well, like, yeah, it would be best for Iran to make a deal now. Agreed. If they were rational actors. I don't think this regime will move on the nuclear issue. I don't think this regime will move on the strait. I don't think this regime will move on missiles much. Maybe there's like, you think there's disagreement within the IRGC? Is that a fair speculation? I mean, maybe, but based on what? And disagreement between who? I would argue more there's like if I was going to say there's any disagreement, it would be between what's his face, the Speaker of the Parliament. It would be between the more like non-IRGC people. Whatever his face is. What's his name? Ghalibaf. I think Ghalibaf might have a disagreement with higher members of Ahmed. I think that would make more sense because he wants to be able to make a deal. He's Iran's Trump, right? I just don't, but everything you're hearing, like everything coming out from Mojtaba, and you have to remember at the end of the day, as dispersed as the IRGC is, as many different levels and different parts of government there are, it is central authority. Mojtaba, at the end of the day, he's the one who decides how things go. And there's absolutely nothing in the statements coming from him that suggest any desire to capitulate at all. Then why is he cool with Russia giving intel to Iran? He doesn't care, and those soldiers know it, in my opinion. Why is who cool? Why is who cool? Trump? Is that irrational though? Is it rational to give the US Hegseth? Yeah. I don't. Faith, Hegseth is not a serious actor. He can say what, no one's listening to him. Literally, like, it's become increasingly clear to everyone, but particularly to people in Iran, the only person who matters at the end of the day is Trump. Thank you. Matthew, the rational part of it isn't to do with like how things feel in terms of like, obviously what you're saying is true. Like, fuck these guys, right? But the rational thing is, are we at a stage where things can get better than they currently are? Right? Right now, Iran has all the cards. So what Wallach is saying is, this is the best time. They're in the best position to get a good deal. From here on out, it's going to get worse. Anything like an escalation, like if their electricity grids were hit, that would be worse. They would be in a worse position, right? If things escalate again, like the blockade, it's bad for them. The blockade sucks. And the blockade also sucks from America's perspective. It doesn't make things better for negotiations, but like that's a conversation for another day. But like there's not a situation where another move makes the hand Iran holds better. Define what's a good deal for Iran. I think a good deal for Iran would be holding on to nuclear, the right to enrich. So not necessarily enriching. Maybe they say they're going to take an indefinite pause. Maybe they're going to take a pause for a period, but they maintain the right to enrich uranium. Maybe they maintain the right to hold uranium within the country. Or maybe they give that up, but they maintain the right to use nuclear, if not a nuclear weapon, because every state has the right to enrich, right? I would say having... then it's kind of a compromise between the Strait and missiles. The problem is, and this is what people don't realize, is that the Strait and missiles are deeply interconnected. Because, yes, Iran holds power over the Strait as a geographical choke point. And that's a really handy thing for them to have. Arguably a stronger weapon than a nuclear weapon. But the only way to maintain control over that strait is to have their strong missile arsenal. And so if they give up all of their missiles, they effectively give up the strait. So those two things are kind of interconnected. Maybe they could make some sort of deal about the thing is, as we have agreed previously, if the regime survives, it's a win for Iran. So any ending now where they're not going to accept an end without nuclear missiles in the strait to some extent being talked about in there. But arguably, a lift of sanctions would be really big for them. The thing is, Ahmed, the blockade is fucked for Iran. They may not want to admit it, but it does have a huge impact on them as well. I wouldn't give up my missiles, Ahmed, because, okay, yeah, the threat right now is from fast attack boats, but the missiles are... The missiles are... You don't have control over the strait unless you have military control over the strait. And people don't view attack boats as military control. Then you're essentially Somali pirates, right? Trump will just declare victory eventually. But I think he'll want something new. If Trump can get something nuclear, he'll be happy. To me, nuclear is the place with the most... Am I saying that like George Bush? I'm so tired. nuclear. No, I'm saying it right. If he can walk away with where he can say that he had some sort of win on nuclear that was better than Obama. Remember, that's always the most important part. You have to beat Obama. If you can get something better than Obama, he will say he won, and he'll just lie about the rest. He'll say we got rid of the evil Ayatollah, we put in a regime that we can actually negotiate with, and he will support that lie with evidence by removing sanctions and saying we're economically welcoming Iran in, which works for Iran and supports his lie that it's a better regime when it's in fact a worse regime. But he will support his lie with economic evidence of Iran integrating back into the economic system. And as a reward for that, there'll be some sort of budge on nuclear. Like maybe they'll say, we're going to halt uranium, highly enriched uranium, or enriching uranium, we're going to halt that for 20 years. And in fact, America can invest in our nuclear facilities, and then you'll be co-owners and you can keep eyes on the nuclear facilities. It'll be something like that, okay? And he'll just lie from there. The deal has to be something that he can say, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, or we got something better than that. This is what he just needs to be able to say it. He needs to be able to spin it in that way. You didn't say nuclear like W. Bush, but you did say one like him. One. How do you say it? One? Isn't there someone we forgot to ask though? Bashar al-Assad? Putin? Who? Who do we... Oh, Netanyahu. Fuck. The thing is, Netanyahu can't afford to be in trouble with Trump as much. No, he is. You have to remember, ultimately, America is the final say there. He can't afford to piss Trump off to that level. At the end of the day, every time Israel have stopped a conflict, it has been because America has told them to stop. People don't like to acknowledge that, but that is the level of control. Doesn't mean it's easy. Yeah, maybe another country takes the highly enriched uranium and holds it, or there's going to be some sort of deal like that. There's room to move in the nuclear part of the deal, because ultimately the nuclear issue, especially now the Strait has been evidenced, right, as something that is more valuable than a nuclear weapon. The nuclear issue is to do with sovereignty. It's to do with the fact that Iran doesn't want anyone else to tell them that they can't do something which is their right as a sovereign nation. So if a deal can be struck that preserves that sovereign right, I think there's room to move there. There's an election in October, K-Step. No, but there might be political... If Trump wants a deal and Netanyahu's getting in the way, Trump will get pissed off and tell him to fucking eat it. In my opinion. I don't know. I'm just having a look and seeing if there's anything that has happened in the Strait since we started. That's a good point. I'm just reading this. The strikes that have been happening on Iraqi Kurdistan haven't been claimed either. The same as the UAE. So it's like now that's becoming the same sort of thing. The same equation that was applied to Iraqi Kurdistan will be applied to the UAE. The UAE well, because the UAE is in trouble now with Sudan as well. K-Step, I don't want to tell you something horrible, but here's 2 things I have to tell you. 1, it is the more likely scenario, hey Bong, that Netanyahu will win the election. Okay? So let's start with that, first of all, being the most likely scenario. Claude and I aren't talking again. So, what is happening here? I've got a knot in my hair. Ow. Okay, whatever. It is more likely that Netanyahu will win. If he doesn't win, I think Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid have said that they're going to form a party together to run. You need to understand that the Netanyahu mentality, which has been the dominant mentality influencing Israel since 93, has officially taken over the system. We're not looking at one bad actor. It's not a rotten apple, right? The mentality, the idea that Iran is an ultimate enemy, the idea that every Arab country is out to get Israel. Now, are there kernels of evidence to make that a realistic understanding of the situation? Sure, of course, there's evidence to support that. That doesn't mean it is a reasonable or realistic thing to think, but there's enough evidence to support that thinking that it is the dominant thinking in the Israeli public. And it is the dominant thinking in the Israeli political system. So having a different leader isn't going to change the political stance of Israel, because I promise you that Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett believe the same things and push the same. Maybe they look nicer on the outside. Maybe they're not, Mr. Security, but they're not doing anything different. I'm fairly sure that Naftali Bennett said that the day that the ceasefire started with Iran was the worst day since October 7. And that's your better option. Yeah, Faith, I find it I keep trying to explain this to people. I'm like, the Kushners and the Netanyahus are best friends. Best friends, to the point that Jared probably refers to him as Uncle Bibi. Like, he slept in his bed. This isn't like an objective kind of first of all, how offensive to all your actual diplomats, how offensive to everyone in the State Department who has studied Iran, speaks Farsi, has spent their whole life understanding these things. Everyone who worked on the JCPOA, fuck them, I guess. Let me send my son-in-law, who's best friends with their arch nemesis. Very strange way to negotiate. Apparently, according to Vali Nasser, who is a professor at Johns Hopkins, he's often a correspondent on Iran issues. He wrote a book called, because he used to be an advisor at where? The State Department. Almost like someone like that is someone you might want to use, right? Instead of Jared Kushner. But okay, let's just use Jared. But he's saying that the reason that Arachi is probably going to Beijing is because there's a big concern in Beijing that Trump is going to visit China and then escalate the war with Iran, insinuating that China supported that to try and fuck up their relationship between China and Iran. So that's interesting that, That is an interesting explanation as to why he's going now. I wonder if he initiated the visit or if Beijing sent an invitation. That would be interesting to know. I don't think there's any way to know that. Do I think what's possible? That seems like a play straight out of Trump's book. Because you don't have to confirm or deny anything, do you? It's just the appearance of things. How do things look? U.S. intelligence assessments, this is from Reuters. U.S. intelligence assessments indicate that the time Iran would need to build a nuclear weapon has not changed since last summer, even after 2 months of war. I tend to be very suspicious of any analysis that Trump is planning much ahead. No, I think he do I think Trump is highly changeable? Yes, he's a Gemini. Right? That's why, yes, a lot of the time it's like, oh, whoever he last spoke to, like, that's what his opinion is going to be. Do I think he's a man who acts on impulse? Absolutely. But I understand him as, I think, this is true of how I feel about everyone, right? I think there's this, like, this instinct to try and downplay the level of evil of people that we're thinking about. Trump is quick. The man doesn't sleep. He just stays up and thinks all night, right? He does think ahead. I do think he thinks ahead. Does that mean that his ideas are set in stone? No. But is he a man who's like, I've got a plan. This is what we're going to... I think he does think ahead. I think it's not true to say that he doesn't think at all. Yeah, the trip... I'm not talking about Trump's trip. I'm talking about Arachi's trip, the foreign minister of Iran. So Trump's kind of in a conundrum. He can't postpone that trip to Beijing again, but also going while this is kind of hanging over him is a little bit fucked. Iran's announcement of an expanded control envelope in the Strait of Hormuz, coupled with strikes on oil facilities in Fujairah and strikes on oil tankers, points to deliberate escalation towards the UAE oil export bypass route, which is what I said, the thing that goes past the thingy. The objective is to keep alternate export channels at risk, sustain elevated oil prices, and block any perception of normalization. In other words, the message is that Donald Trump's mission in the Strait will not be cost-free. Instead, it will generate greater complexity and sustained pressure on the energy market. Interesting. I don't know, guys. It's very hard to monitor the situation when everyone's a fucking liar. But if I was at war, I would lie, you know? So it's like I can't be mad about it. I think you guys who think little of Trump's planning, I think you guys, he's an idiot. Even idiots plan. He's a social man. He plans. Even idiots have plans. The dumbest guy you know has got a plan. Now, to me, that bug is back. It is 100% a Trump move to be like, oh, you saw us hanging out with China and now we're attacking you? To me, the number one thing when I think of a Trump plan is like, how can I shift blame? How can I make this look like, how can I fuck with that sort of thing? I don't want to kill you, Bug, because I'm not that kind of person. But if you keep coming down and sitting directly in front of my face, I will have no option. Please, this is a huge room. Go anywhere else. The other interesting thing we need to monitor, though, is the push by the Democrats to get the administration to acknowledge Israel's nuclear weapons. Interesting. Yeah, the ballroom thing and the ballroom thing paired with the recent assassination attempt. I have said since he got elected, I don't feel all that confident about there being elections again. Not that there'll be the illusion of elections, there'll be the veneer of elections. I think the thing that is so different for me is like, I grew up look, love my dad to death. I grew up with a narcissist. I grew up with someone who was more focused on the image of themselves than anything else. So I feel like I've grown up around like a Trump-like figure. I just yeah, he's an idiot. He's changeable. He's obsessed with himself. That's his kind of, all he really cares about is himself. All he really does is like act in his own self-interest, and that can change moment to moment based on who he's talking on. No, he doesn't have set values, and because he doesn't have set values outside of, enriching himself, there's nothing that really is a guiding principle for him. He's not particularly interested in running the country, so there's no real grand strategy in that. I agree with you guys. No, he's not some fucking mastermind. I just think you guys are creating this world where there's like genius who makes incredible plans and person who doesn't think. All I'm trying to say is Trump is somewhere in here. Okay? He's capable of being like, I got a great plan. I'm going to go to China and it's going to look like it's their fault. Like, it's just, to me, it's just like a natural fucking vindictive, kind of spiteful, exactly what I expect from Trump sort of thought pattern. And it's not so sophisticated that Iran and China haven't both automatically worked it out, right? He's not a genius. I'm not trying to tell you that Trump is out here. He's not Nikocado Avocado. He's not 2 steps ahead, right? I'm just telling you, it is possible of him to think more. He's got object permanence, right? That's all I'm saying. Sorry, no, I believe everyone, even myself, is retarded. I'm not. Do you know what you're having? Has someone sent you an invitation to go to something? It is possible to be self-absorbed, narcissistic, and incompetent, and also occasionally have an idea. I find this so interesting. Like, it's truly one of the hardest things I find about like making political content is that people just get so set in these kind of like, I don't know. It's like, no, I'll be like, oh, Alex Karp is really smart. People will be like, no, he's evil. Yeah, they can exist. Trump's a fucking idiot. Yeah, Trump can be an idiot and also be like, I'm going to make it look like China hates Iran. That's a great idea. Like these things can coexist. Like, it's so funny how people have like a concept of something and then it excludes all other possibilities. And it's so hard to fight against. And it's kind of like, guys, I need you to like create space for more than one thing existing at a time, because otherwise we're not fully understanding the situation. It's very interesting. Okay, Matthew. We'll see. I think history proves me right. I think a man who has no ability to plan isn't in his second term of office after spending 4 years out of office. right? Because he at least had to sit there and be like, no, I am going to run again. He at least had to make that plan. Thanks, Sean. Am I a millionaire? No. Did me being partnered change my payout distribution at all? Also no. Do I think I'm better than you now I have a pebble tick? Abso-fucking-lutely. Tria? What's up, homie? I also think if there's one area that Trump does a lot of thinking, it is actually relationships with other world leaders. It is the area that I think he feels the most capable. 1:30, go to bed. The Met Gala, look, let me just do some, it's toward the end of the stream, so let me do some girl talk. What a disappointing gala. What a disappointing gala. So many disappointing looks. Once again, and it's the complaint I have every year. Yes, Matthew, and I just keep trying to tell you guys all the time. He's a Gemini. It's truly all you need to know. Pix is a Gemini. Okay? Think about that. Think about that. Let me just have a look and find out what president I'm most like based on my sun sign. Abraham Lincoln. Pix is like Trump, and I am like Abraham Lincoln. Or FDR. Or Ronald Reagan. What did you do to my friend? Okay, wait. Who's a current world leader? Aquarius world leaders. God, we were going so well and then we got Reagan. It really kind of threw us off. Oh, Zelensky is an Aquarian? Angela Merkel is an Aquarian? Wallach's girlfriend Samia Suluhu Hassan, president of Tanzania, is an Aquarian? Ah, yes. My actual birthday buddy. I have 2 people born on the same day as me. I show Speed, my best friend. He doesn't know we're best friends. But I show Speed and I are best friends. The other person born on the same day as us, Rasputin. Rasputin. Geminis, they're up here, man. They're doesn't mean they're smart, but they are. That's why I'm saying, like, this man doesn't sleep. That's why he's up tweeting all night. Geminis can't shut up. You know? And they are socially good. They're socially good. Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen. He was a cat that was really gone. Rasputin. Can't I be somewhere in the middle of Rasputin and I show Speed? Geminis are not two-faced. They just change quickly. That's why people... The nice thing about that, you piss off a Gemini, they get over it quick. They can't really stay, like, mad. They're just like, 1 minute they're, like, pissed off as shit, and the next minute they're like, you know what, actually I changed my mind. Oh, Dawkins. Well, first of all, I don't read anything in Unheard. And second of all, I hate Richard Dawkins. So, no, I didn't see Richard Dawkins' article in Unheard. Because that sounds like my own personal brand of hell. Will I look it up later? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Rasputin and I would get along, unfortunately. I'm now itchy. That bug didn't bite me because it didn't look like a bug that could bite. But like, Trump's like, I'm going to bomb you back into the Stone Age. And then he's like, Iran and I are getting on just great. Classic Gemini. You'd never get that from an Aquarian. Once you fucked with me, it's done. Am I reading any books at the moment? I'm always reading books. Wouldn't you like to know what books I'm reading? You can ask. Apparently apparently Jared Kushner has made the decision to remove JD Vance from the negotiation team and replace him with Nick Stewart from FDD Action. In early January, the guy literally wrote an op-ed advocating for this war, and every single prediction he made about how things would go turned out wrong. This is the guy who's working with negotiations. Nick Stewart, huh? How are cancers? I like cancers. I'm a Cancer rising. Can be mummies, boys and girls. Can be very maternal. Can also be sulky sooks. Can be very self-protective. Hard to get to know at first. Very warm though. Yeah. Who is this? Let's find out more about. Trump said to a bunch, oh my God, shut up. Okay, guys, you got to see this. I got to hear it.
Record. And now we're going to take a hit because we have to make a journey down to Iran to take the nuclear weapon. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks. Remember, we sent that beautiful B-2 bomber in, and we blew up their nuclear potential. It was obliterated, for those that are not aware, and to a point where it would take them weeks to dig down, and we wouldn't let them dig down. We have our eyes on it all the time. But it was a very important thing. So we would have had an Iran with a nuclear weapon, and maybe we wouldn't all be here right now. I can tell you the Middle East would have been gone, Israel would have been gone, and they would have trained their sights on Europe.
Look at this kid. Mouth open, just staring around the room. Some of the other kids are trying to be respectful. This kid is like, I don't fucking want to be here.
First, and then us, because they're sick people. These are sick people. And we're not going to let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. The power of a nuclear weapon is something I don't even want to talk about. But it's not going to happen. And we have beaten them badly.
What a weird thing to say to children. This government is so strange. I really don't know how we... I think that's why I found the time traveling thing compelling. Because it's like... Hang on, where the fuck is my mouse? How do we go back to normal? How do we get even close to normal? Sean Eddy, please tell me you've seen the movie Dick. Because I want to see if I can find a clip. I'll get this stream will be demonetized, but I swear there are no clips of Dick anywhere. But it's so good. It's like the... just the actor who plays him is so funny. No, I'm going to literally have to get the movie on my computer and show you a clip of it because, God, the first time that the actor who plays Kissinger starts talking to the young girls, it is so funny. It'll be worth it. I looked, guys. There are no. Dick is the funniest movie. It should be everywhere. Everyone should watch it all the time. There is no funnier movie. How can you go wrong? Watergate, Michelle Williams, and Kirsten Dunst. You can't actually go wrong. No, I don't know. Like, I just don't like. Time travel would at least, like, we're at a point where time travel makes sense and time travel would be helpful because things are so fucked with the timeline. I don't even know what else would do it. But, like, okay. Blockade? 21 days? No impact. Like, nothing. This stalemate, I don't know. I want to monitor the situation for you, but things have got so. I don't know how to monitor it for you. Grill pill? Stop paying attention to politics? What is grill pill? I don't know what grill pill is. Chapo meme. I missed it. Okay, guys. Well, I think I'm out of shit to say. Oh, wait. I'll just tell you quickly my Met Gala opinions are the best looks of the night were the Robert Wine looks. I normally don't like him because he's a hack. I don't understand why Kendall Jenner didn't wear the wings on the carpet. The wings look so good. It completely changed the vibe of the outfit. I don't know why she didn't wear them on the carpet. Hated the Skims bra incorporation into both looks, even though I understood what it was supposed to do. Anouk Yai's look was so incredible on her face, but the dress was so boring that can't be my ultimate look. The other look that I thought was incredible was Sabine Getty's look, the jewelry designer, the no name, but she designed it herself. It looked so good. I also think whenever I see a Met Gala, I'm like, why are we not inviting more Chinese celebrities? Because the Chinese film industry, the actors and actresses there, what they normally wear to premieres, I think they would knock it out of the park. I thought Emma Chamberlain's dress was pretty good, but generally I wasn't. Every year I'm disappointed by the Met Gala because I just think it's a costume institute and people should do better. I have tight hips, Formica. I'm trying, but I have tight hips. I think you just like her because the theme is fashion as art. Heidi Klum was hilarious, but it looked like her Halloween outfits. It didn't look like, hang on, let me see if I saved any of my favorite looks. It's something, that's the sort of thing I see from Heidi Klum all the time at Halloween. So it kind of like, didn't like it because it felt like a Halloween look from her, not a Met Gala look. Okay, I'll show you some stuff that I saw that I liked, that I didn't like as well. I don't need more closure. Okay, wait, I loved the singer from the Marias. I liked her look too. Okay, so here. This was the Anouk makeup look, which I thought was an absolute slay. But her dress, which you can't see here, is just black fabric, which I get is to divert your attention up to her face, but this is a fashion show, a fashion gala. So while I love that, this was the look from the lead singer of the Marias, which I really like. You can't, this is a details shot, so you can't really see it here. Ashi Studios also did the Marias look, I believe. I really liked what they were. So this kind of detail I'm really into. This was the Robert Wine piece where I was like, oh, Robert Wine did a really good job. These are robotic hands, which was interesting to me. But I have to be honest, I personally find Robert Wine as a designer to be a little bit of a hack. But you know what? Maybe hack works for a costume institute. This from Mona Patel. Mona Patel, I love the looks she serves, so I'm really into it. Look at that. That's gorgeous. This I loved as well. These are my highlights. So I want you to know that I've picked out the best of a very disappointing bunch. This is gorge. I'm into it. She did the most incredible look years ago. Let's see it in movement. Look at that. Oh, lovely. We love. Look, even the detailing here. This is like drawn body, kind of like how you would sketch out a body. Really into that. Mona, oh, beautiful. Mona Patel, I think, always has an amazing look. This is the Sabine Getty one. So she made this dress herself. Oh, no, it's Ashi. Why did I say it was she made it? Ashi Studios. So the people that I was talking about before. Look at this. That is on theme for me. This is gorge. I love this. I love this. This is incredible. Down to the matching ring. I adore this. Okay? I'm into this look. It's always a no-name as well that come with like a serve where you're like, who are you? And why does that look so good? Let me just see. I'll show you some of the bad ones. Okay, yeah. So people, Robert One is a hack, but it's okay. Boring. This is pretty. I like it. It's on theme. You were great. You could have been better, you know? Blake, people just like what she wears. That's a boring look for me. Yeah, Sabine. This I loved actually from Rachel Zegler, The Execution of Lady Jane Grey. Loved this. Gorge. People were talking about Hunter Schafer's Gustav Klimt dress. Didn't really do it for me. Emma Chamberlain did though, with the brush strokes and the acrylic down the bottom of the watercolor. I liked this. Okay, here we go. So this is Heidi Klum. I get it. I love the inspiration, but as I say, she always dresses up for Halloween. To me, it just looks like a Halloween look. This is my problem. I understand the reference, right? Both of them have got these Skims bras on. I understand that it's matching the Venus de Milo, but it's like, I want this color match to be way more seamless. You can see it even more on Kendall. Look at the difference in color between skin and bra. I want that to be seamless. The thing that's annoying about, okay, also, I know Zach Posen's husband. He's a ballet dancer. He used to be the lead at the American Ballet Company. But this looks boring, right? Wait until you see, let me see if I can find you, her look when she's inside the Met doing the photo shoot. Hang on. Okay, my computer's frozen. There we go. Oh. Sorry, guys. Let's see. Okay, so this is quite boring on the carpet. It's just serving body, which is fine, right? Because she's got the body to do it. But look at this. Where the fuck were they on the carpet? Why would you leave this out? Like, that was the design. Why would you leave that out? See, this color match, this bothers me deeply. Look at this. This is incredible. This should have been on the carpet. Ugh. Anyway, that annoyed me. I think it's just the Kardashians that did the Hellenistic. Unless you're saying that too, but I don't. That's Lady Jane Grey, like that. Robert Wan, colors. There were some people who did, I think Rachel Sennott did a pop art one, which I hated. This was disgusting for someone who's meant to be the chair. I didn't like Sabrina's dress. I know people, I just thought it's like her music. It's kind of kitsch and not quite there. One of the men had the best jacket. Well, let's see if we can find it. Lisa's look, also by Robert One, was great. Oh, I loved this. Iris Van Herpen on Elengu with the bubbles coming out. I thought that was really cute. I really liked it. It didn't fully fit the theme and like it was a little bit understated for me, but I still liked it. I'll tell you when I see one that I care to show. No. Yeah, see, look how Emma Chamberlain's is great. You can literally see they're painting it on with acrylic paint. So the actual paint is the texture on the dress. I really liked that touch. I mean, it's a costume event, so it needs to feel costumey, right? It's a costume institute. It needs to be on theme. But Heidi Klum going that far is kind of like, if you see how she dresses up for Halloween, you understand that it just looks like a Halloween piece for her. There's a man's outfit that I really want to show you, but I don't think they're going to show it here. I don't know his name, so I don't know what to search. I wasn't all that fussed with Rihanna's. So this is a Robert one as well that I really enjoyed because it allowed her, this thing meant that when she posed the hand, like from certain angles, it created this cool thing that she could pose through. I found that really interesting. But as I said, Robert one for me is a hack. As a fashion lover, I can't find there's a man. He's an Indian man. I don't know his name. He's a designer himself. And his jacket, if I write Indian, is that just going to be racist? Sorry, guys, I'm doing it. Because I'm complimenting him. There it is. Look at this. To me, this is incredible. I loved this. Loved this. This was special to me. Just like, yeah, and there's Mona Patel. Gorgeous. I remembered her name. But look at that. Gorge. Yes, look at it up closer. Look at this. So nice. Yeah, tapestry, exactly. Like a real, like, look at it. Well, it's my fault for typing in Indian. And then being like, why am I getting that? But, just incredible. But yeah, overall, disappointed, not happy. This is the same as I feel every year. So, love talking about what I would have worn. Oh, Larson, thank you for subbing. Sorry, I didn't see. Yeah. The Met Gala as well, like, it's always interesting to me. I understand that visually it does look like the Capitol, right? I understand that. It's a bunch of rich people dressing up for charity, though. And the charity is the Arts, which is the Met's Costume Institute. And I just feel, the thing is, pussies, well, there's a thing, right? You have two options. I always try and be realistic, which is either you are a nobody invited to the Met or a small person invited to the Met, in which case your best option is to pick an up-and-coming designer who's going to kill themselves to create a look for the Met, or to go outside of the standard American and European fashion houses and get a stunning look from elsewhere, right? If you're a big star, then you can do an archival pull, which has become more and more popular since Law Roche has become such a big influence. And now to me, it's kind of, I actually think Law Roche has had a really bad influence on fashion, because now that fashion, Law Roche kind of created this thing with like Zendaya and a lot of the celebrities that he dresses, where fashion on celebrities is now all about pulling an archival look. Sometimes that's great. Let me see if I can show you. One of my favorite examples is actually Kendall from the Met when she pulled, was it McQueen for Givenchy? Never Worn. Was it McQueen? Here. Archive Givenchy 1999, Never Worn. Sometimes I'm very, oh, you can't see it. This look, Never Worn, Alexander McQueen, Givenchy 1999. Okay, incredible. So excited to see this. So sometimes I really like that. I like people pulling from the archive, but it's kind of had a negative impact, if you think about it, on fashion as a whole, because we're not getting as much exposure to the current lines and like what designers are currently doing, how they're currently pushing the fold, because now it's all about like who can get the archive, like who has access to get the pull. And it's about like, instead of innovating and having new culture and living in the moment and seeing what we can create, it's all about like nostalgia and pulling from the back. And I just like, I think that has a really bad, if you're constantly trying to recreate or like bring things back, then there's no support for new design, which is, disappointing, I think, in my opinion. At the same time, I love an archive pull, but like, I don't know. Aren't there other shows for that? Yeah, like, well, this isn't a show, right? This is for the Costume Institute. And so some of it should be a pull and some of it should be a brand new, like most designers create a new design for the Met Gala. Most of the time you're not pulling an old piece. So most of the time, Ali, you get invited to the Met, then a designer will agree to dress you and they'll design you a dress that goes with the theme. But sometimes you'll have like a stylist who will pull for you and say, how about we get this dress from this time, right? And they'll pull. And so, yeah, the costume gala is almost fully funded, but an archive pull means, so each season that a fashion house has, they keep an archive of those seasons. So the looks from all of those seasons are kept. So there may be a look, like for instance, the Kendall Jenner look from the Givenchy. No one ever wore that except for on the runway. So that's why I say it's so exciting to see that piece like on a body and like moving around. But basically you can go back and be like, oh, this was my favorite look. Like I loved this piece from, maybe you loved Versace in 97. Maybe like see, look here. Kendall Jenner in archival Givenchy, Alexander McQueen, never before worn on any person. So look. So before Kendall wore it, it was only ever on this mannequin because Alexander McQueen showed that season on mannequins, not on models. So we never saw this piece move before she put it on. That's exciting, right? Like you want to see that. But yeah, sometimes it's just kind of like boring because guys, you want to know something terrifying? Alexander McQueen, I'm a big fan, right? You know he planned he didn't end up doing it because he didn't want to kill himself before his mom died. But it's so he had a plan. He was going to do it in a glass box, and it's going to be like the closer of the show. It's very sad to think that so many geniuses are so tortured. But yeah. I think at a big at something like this, my mind immediately when you say fashion as art, right? This is something I was really disappointed in too. If you say to me fashion as art, my mind immediately goes to one designer, which is Schiaparelli. I love Schiaparelli, right? That's immediately where my mind goes. Schiaparelli only dressed Lauren Sanchez Bezos and Kylie Jenner. What the fuck? And I really like the designer at Schiaparelli right now. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. Not into that at all. Otherwise, maybe Otherwise, why am I stop doing that? Let me just have a look. I think maybe I would want to try and find something by Galliano. Yeah, like look at any of these Dior pieces. Could have been fun. Galliano for Dior was like ew. I don't like it on you, Kim. This I loved. I really loved this. Yeah, look at okay, so yeah. So Galliano, so Ariana Grande wore it for performance. Yeah, see, I knew Galliano would have something stunning. That's incredible. Galliano for Margiela. Does anyone want to buy me a pair of tabbies? Speaking of Margiela. Yeah, I would have, I would also go back into the archive. So I don't know off the top of my head. I didn't really do, normally each year I would sit down and I would go through the archives of all the designers and I would be like, what would I wear? I just haven't been as into it this year. I don't know, something I haven't felt as inspired. I've been having a moody time, guys. Oh, Gwendolyn Christie. This Margiela catwalk with Gwendolyn Christie and Pat McGrath doing the makeup. This show was everything. Yeah. Okay, guys. This has to be it. I have to go. I can't afford anything. Twitch Partner doesn't give you anything but a purple tick. Okay? Oh, that's so cutie patootie. But it's on Zendaya, so anything would look good. You know? We have to remember these things. Okay. I feel I've updated you. Love you guys. Mwah. See you soon. Be good. Oh, goodbye song. Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too. Seems like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. 'Cause I'll see you very soon, I know. I'll see you guys soon. Sleep well, be good, have a good day.